What's up? We're live. And today we're playing in Turns Tournament, where we're gonna be testing out all the updated units of Slaanesh. Are they good? Are they hot garbage? That is what we are here to see today. One thing that particularly interests me is the spawn of Slaanesh. So just how good are these guys? Let's see. What if I take like Golg's main eaters? So like I really like Forsaken. Combine them with the spawn, you get Soporific Musk. It's -5 debuff. Peaceful Romancer, what's up? But yeah, it's kind of like having a Grail Relic, right? We will see. The Soul Grinder of Slaanesh got +10 melee attack versus large targets. That's pretty hype. Tournament starts in 15 minutes, by the by. Chosen, hello. You know, I did want to try out Chosen of Slaanesh at some point. And then, of course, I gotta use Pavane every game. Alright, so these are Golg's main eaters against a Forsaken spawning. They get their stats debuffed, but their adaptive tactics negate it almost entirely. Fun, fun. Look at that. Eh? Kind of got chunked though. Dang. This combination is only slightly more expensive. I think it's the real cool thing is like you have the really high DPS of the Forsaken, so they benefit a lot from the melee defense reduction of the spawn, perhaps. Look at that. 58 weapon strength. Also, Cultist of Slaanesh will be interesting. Not a lot of HP, but free summon's a free summon. How does the Soul Grinder do? Does the Soul Grinder beat... Does it beat Uncle Furuncle? Let's see, let's see. It's a bonus versus large 35 now. Has like no melee defense to speak of, but Soporific Musk is fine. No, DLC's not out, but the recent patch definitely changed some of Slaanesh's units. Oh, I guess the title is like a little weird. It makes it seem like everything got updated. Let's see here. Testing. Is Slaanesh. Let's see here. The new Slaanesh. I don't know what we call it. Slaanesh updated. Alright. There you go. Good enough. Yo, Pavane nerf? I'm real interested to see how that pans out. Because if I just overcast Pavane, I still get like a free unit kill, right? They still rampage for 20 seconds. Uncle Furuncle. How does the Soul Grinder do? It has a lot of armor. Has more HP than a Keeper of Secrets. Has Soporific Musk. Let's see here. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's bullying him. He's getting bullied. Yeah, that's kind of sad. Furuncle, no. Come on, Furuncle. You were the chosen one. Oh, he gets knocked down. He's getting staggered 24/7, man. Them stagger animations hurting him real bad. Oh, and the Soul Grinder wins with the charge. But does it die to the Nurglings? Holy crap, the Nurglings might kill it. Come on. Come on, the most even battle. You have the Soul Grinders as... Oh my god. Soul Grinder, just as good as Furuncle. Same power level. Wow. Interesting. Honestly, surprising outcome. I thought Furuncle was gonna... clap there. Dang, alright. And then, of course, is the Keeper of Secrets. So Keeper of Secrets is... It's actually a lower DPS Soul Grinder. More charge bonus, has spells, is cheaper. Speed is very similar. Yeah, it's a lower DPS, less tanky Soul Grinder. That's better for the cycle charge and better for the grind too, I guess. I guess you kind of want a cycle charge with this. It doesn't have any melee defense. What's Devastating Flanker do? Doubles the charge bonus if it's flanking. Which one's better at killing infantry? If you were going to play StarCraft, which race would you pick? Protoss. Because Protoss is the faction that I've been playing for ages. Although I feel like Terran and Zerg are both really fun. Zerg, you know, got that speed demon in them. Terran got the gun line. Rip. Alright, so... Oh wait, no, this is the Forsaken squad. Alright, so I really want to see... Does the Soul Grinder have animations? So like it's not any better against infantry, but I gotta see if it can do anything against them. A little bit of a mini charge there, right? I think Forsaken spawn of Slaanesh, by the way, is insane. Against anything but the highest armor, it should be pretty good. Let's see, and yeah, no charge animation activated. This one though, okay, actually pretty good charge animation. Vanilla Keeper doesn't have any healing either. It does have Glamour of Slaanesh though, which is just another minus melee attack. Cyril's gone Zerg nerfed into the ground though. Yeah, but at the level I'm playing, does it really matter? Like the whole concept of matchmaking means that it doesn't matter how weak my faction is. Even if that was true. Like literally, I'm gonna have a 50% win rate no matter what. Yeah, we're streaming today. Very late though, because Turn's tournament was at 3:30 today. And no exercise? Oh yeah, I guess I should get this back. Well, I already went to the gym today though. I did some core exercises. I guess I might as well re-enable it. A promise is a promise. And I am nothing but a man of my word. Okay, not always, but there's the squats. All right, they'll come back in a second. All right, yo, acquiescence could be pretty cool if we have a Keeper of Secrets, just to debuff a bunch of the dudes. Maybe win some cat fights that way. What's this? Lizardmen army against Wood Elf, Waywatcher, Glade Guard, Eternal Guard? Like, the only way to get that is if I do a Lizardman day. I can do that though at some point. I really want to try like Plague of Rust plus Salamanders. I feel like that could be really cool. Grind to taking more damage. I'm kind of just leaving him in melee though. But his melee defense is way worse than the Keeper of Secrets. A whopping 15. In some situations, that means like double damage. How's the Forsaken doing? Not the craziest damage. Weirdly enough, does Slaanesh even have armor-piercing infantry? I always took Slaanesh as the armor-piercing faction, but maybe not. Oh, geez, the squats? Alright. Oh, boy. Alright, here we go. Huh. Oh, yeah, the cockatrice. I took it in reserve. It was in reserve. Demonettes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Exalted Demonettes. Can't believe I forgot about them. Nobody uses them though. Maybe I should try Demonettes today. Honestly, spawns seem like they can get their values worth even against armored infantry. Against anything that's not armored, they should do pretty well. Seven more minutes. You never saw it on the field. I will try and get it in eventually. The stagger difference, you know, maybe it'll work. Let's see here. But yeah, other than that, Slaanesh is still Slaanesh, right? What's not good about Demonettes? See that problem right there? Minus, so compare them to Forsaken, the closest counterpart. Because they're both equally fast, right? They both have lots of damage. One of them is missing 75 armor. Whew. All right, there we go. We're done. Jeez. Why did I make it 15 squats? Why did I make it so many? Yeah, but yeah, so here's the big problem, right? Minus 75 armor. Armor will roughly negate 75% of normal damage based on whatever value it is. So if you have 100 armor against 100% normal damage, which doesn't exist, by the way, except for I think Hell Scourges for a time actually didn't do AP, but yeah, it's going to be 75% damage reduction. So 85. Man, why am I so gassed? It's probably because I did go to the gym earlier, okay? 0.75. I really shouldn't be this gassed though. So that's like 64% of the damage is reduced. So against something like archers, which people will take a lot of, not a lot of people are running hard armor piercing versus Slaanesh. They're resisting 64% of the damage. Demonette's Slaanesh are resisting slightly above 20%. Even if you include the fact that armor piercing exists, let's say there's armor piercing, right? Whoop-de-doo. If it's even 50% armor piercing, the Forsaken are still resisting 25% of that damage, right? So why would you run Demonettes that just take more damage? It would have to be like handgunners, like full AP before the DPS difference makes a difference. But then Demonettes just have less HP in general. So like I'm pretty sure even if I took Empire and gave them literal handgunners, and we compared the DPS difference between Demonettes and Forsaken, I would be a little sussed. You're too scared to join? Why are you too scared, man? Redeem to hydrate, thank you. Demonettes are better versus Ghost. Oh, we'll test that out, man. I bet you they're worse versus Ghosts. My gut instinct tells me they're worse. Let's give it a quick check. So this is versus literal handguns. And as you can see, the damage is the same. So for anyone who's like, but physical resist is better versus armor piercing. Oh my gosh, physical resist is huge. Yeah, no. It's Forsaken are better versus in every situation tied for handgunner power. Because less HP and physical resist is not as hype as you might think. Let that be a lesson to you. I should turn that into a like a quick clip arena. So let's see. Do they even do better against ghosts? So if we take a a Hellman over here, who got buffed, by the way. And then we take 2 Karen Wraiths. Consider me learned. Can I ask why you're no longer a developer? It wasn't very satisfying. I like YouTube way more. Because, it's like working at a company doing random tasks. It was not very fulfilling. Alright, let's take a look. So I think these ladies are slightly faster, 3-speed faster. So they have armor piercing, right? I mean, they have magic damage and armor piercing. So people might be like, okay, who does it better? Demonettes do better. Forsaken also take more armor piercing from the Karen Wraiths. Dang, they actually do quite a bit better. All right, there you go. It was worth. Did the Forsaken still win? Dang, they still win. Regardless, all right, there you go. I was incorrect in my prediction. Dang, look at that. Huge difference. So if I ever see my opponent summoning Karen Wraiths, I should bring in the Demonettes. Is Zoom Bolt actually useful now? I'm not sure. Maybe. Did they do better against armor? Let's see. Let's give it a... they should do way better versus armor, right? But how much better? So what if I take 2 black orcs? I'm a genius, I guess. You did it, Neroman. How much resistance does Forsaken have? Just 5%. Same with all the other Slaanesh units. Tournament should be starting soon, by the way. Very much exciting. Alright, so let's see. This should be way better for the Demonettes, right? Armor piercing and all that biz. The damage to take overall is actually lower because they do have a lot more melee defense than Forsaken. Dang, lucky there. And overall, the deeps is hey, a 2,750 difference. I think I still probably value the Forsaken. I wonder if they do good into Ogre Bulls now. I think that'll be a really important test because, you know, these are like no one takes black orcs into Slaanesh, but like a legitimate common situation is to see like Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. If the Demonettes actually outtrade here, I would highly consider taking some Demonettes. Yeah, seems pretty good. Okay, so if people do ever bring armor into Slaanesh, maybe after the update, then you actually would want to take Demonettes. Let's take a look-see here. Demonettes versus Forsaken. This guy's providing leadership to these guys, but I'm sure it's fine. And you can see the damage is less for the Forsaken. Less taken, more damage dealt. Which makes sense. Ogre Bulls don't really have a lot of armor. That's even with the leadership difference. Though Demonette's held up pretty well. Forsaken will be much tankier against arrow fire. But you can't say they don't do their job. The Demonettes absolutely... They absolutely are there to kill armored units. There you go. I do quite like Exalted Demonettes for like the mid-tier armor. Feel like I'm just gonna take Seekers 90% of the time? Probably. They're mounted Demonettes. Secret Chariots. Yo, yeah, Exalted Demonettes are good. I actually run them. Yo, I really wanted to try a weird strat with like Chosen Hell Scourges plus Spawn of Slaanesh. Effective 75 melee defense. But I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's actually not that good. Also, by the way, Turin's streaming today. Here, let me get a link. He should be starting soon. Waiting for Turin. Ah, no, is he not awake yet? He hasn't even started streaming yet. This guy. But yeah, he's covering the new patch. Very exciting. Spearmen with crossbows behind the Demonettes get trashed. Spearmen with crossbows behind the Demonettes get trashed. Or the Spearmen behind the Demonettes. The Spearmen with crossbows behind the Demonettes get trashed? What do you mean? Are you just saying they get shot to death? Because we know that. Let's get 2 Noblar Trappers. Demonettes versus Forsaken. Why is Hell Scourge so much more expensive than hand weapon? It's because CA really doesn't like alternative weapon sets, and they tend to make it more expensive. They tend to just make it more expensive. Just Gus. Let's take a look here. Way more damage. What's your take on the balance changes? I can still have a take even though it's very early, so I may be incorrect. Holy crap, that's big damage difference. I think in a meta where most people are taking ranged like this into Slaanesh, you just always want Forsaken. Way more resistant to spells and everything. But my current take, I think the multiplayer changes are good overall. I think it could have done slightly more. Like Slaanesh is garbage in land battle apparently, and the updates I don't think help Slaanesh at all in land battle. Slaanesh is OP in domination. I don't think Slaanesh is any weaker after the update. Also, yeah, melee defense is pretty good. It's still, you're paying... Wow. You really are paying 150 more gold for losing poison. Oh, wait, no, they have poison. No, you're paying 150 gold for poison. But you lose 4 melee attacks, 6 weapon strength, and gain 6 melee defense. It really is just a side grade plus poison. So mostly you're just paying 150 for poison. That's like really not worth. They will hold longer though, so if the job needs holding power, I guess there you go. But yeah, overall, like, you know, Bellacore got a bit cheaper. Uncle Furuncle got a bit cheaper. You know, Bretonia has better infantry, which is pretty cool. But like the changes don't really go far enough in my head. I think Cathay is probably still going to be weak, though. I don't know. There were a lot of buffs overall. They might be good. Bloated Corpses got buffed, but like it's, I don't know. It feels like it might still be weak. There's a lot of stuff that like I'd rather they overshoot than undershoot. Because at this point, the multiplayer scene is just banning units outright nowadays. They're just regularly banning units. But I could always be wrong. Like, I was wrong about the Grail Relique changes. So, you know. You know. Tournament start yet? Turin, wake up, man! Wake up! But yeah, so like, it's a real TBD situation. Mangler Squigs got slightly buffed. Yeah, 6 rounds is quite a bit. You can play and then just drop out though, Maximillionaire. I don't think there's any penalty for it just dropping out. How would you play Skaven if you had to? I think I have a build, right? Yeah, here we go. This is close enough to my standard loadout. So Night Runners are really good at killing single entities that get in your backline. You can use Triads to remove their armor. Packmaster maybe if you want single entities. Probably swap out Queek for something more useful. whatever magic is to your taste based on matchup, but always triple Globadier and a Giselle. And I like to have one Storm Vermin, even though Charix doesn't. Feel bad for your opponents doing that, though. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I think there's not a lot of other ways to play Skaven. They're pretty locked in terms of their playstyle. Oh, I might actually take more Wolf Rats, though, because it seems like they really struggle killing light to mid-tier infantry. Greenskin changes kind of sucked except for the Spider. Yeah, but I think the faction's still mostly untouched. And Azag on Skullmuncha has, what, 3,000 mass now? So, I don't know, maybe we get an Azag meta. Purple Sun got buffed a lot too, you know. I would say it's not impossible that we see a Purple Sun meta for Greenskins. Because this is an 1800 terror-causing Dragon Lord, right? With spell casting. So if you compare it to him to Archaon, Archaon costs 300 gold more. But Azag is he meets most of the requirements of what Archaon does. I think he's a little bit easier to shoot to death, but overall I feel like it's pretty good. Can you compare Hell Scourge to normal Chosen for a comparison? Sure, actually. Slaanesh. So if I'm playing Slaanesh and they're playing Slaanesh, so the Chosen have expert charge defense. My Chosen will have slightly better stats. I think the Poison will probably win it out here. It's gonna grind against each other forever, though. Yeah, I wonder if Chevron, the Chosen, is better. It's 1,500 worth of chevrons. Although the Chosen, so you probably only get 3 in before they cost the same. Yeah, Flappa changes do. Yeah, they do mess up a lot of builds. Flappers were the fast pump wagons, which people were generally preferring. The Battle of the Chosen commences. So these guys do have expert charge defense. It's just, I feel like Chosen don't really fit in a roster like Slaanesh. You give Slaanesh some range units, holy crap, these Chosen will be a pain in the butt because they're never gonna die to anything. 70 melee defense is absurd. You playing in Turns tournament? Yeah, but it hasn't started yet. I think the man might have slept in. Very unfortunate indeed. Chosen Hellscourges doing pretty well. The extra 10 melee defense makes a big difference, by the way. So I think in a vacuum the price difference kind of makes sense. But there's so much, spell casting and all that. And if these guys had poison, I don't know how it would play out differently. Do Demonettes win versus Chosen? Oh, I feel like Exalted Demonettes would do well here. Although, do they have the melee attack to punch through? Exalted Demonettes. They specialize versus these guys. Yeah, poison is 15% melee resist. It doesn't stack with other resistances, but yeah, you know, you're taking 15% less damage. Well, like, it does stack, but not like additively. What time is it on my side of the planet? 3:42. Oh no, 3:43. So yeah, Exalted Demonettes are cooking up pretty hard, aren't they? Even with their charge defense negating the charge bonus of the Demonettes. They don't have their soul scent activated either, which would definitely help them. Just a little bit more melee attack. Technically, the Chosen win. I will say, as far as sturdy units are concerned, these guys are the sturdiest. If they ever make a regiment of renowned Chosen Hell Scourges, they will never die to anything in melee. Yeah, how expensive do they get? Oh god. 2,000 gold, but they have 84 melee defense. They might actually so Sigvald only has a 25% chance to hit him. That's kind of crazy. Let's see here. So like can anything take him out? They also have that charge bonus. What's like what's a traditional very strong unit here? 84 melee defense. It's like a high DPS unit with low melee attack. Do shields activate when they're being shot at while they fight? I'm actually not too sure. If you shoot them from the front, I don't know. Because usually if I'm shooting at a unit in melee, it's usually from the flank. Nurgle Chosen? Ah, hell yeah, alright. So Nurgle Chosen Great Weapons have 43 melee attack against Slaanesh Hell Scourges. So I think they can get them down to like, what, a 10% chance to hit? Oh my gosh, Turin, no, he slept in. He slept in? You know anything? Yeah, I assume he just slept in. It's pretty early for him. Oh, maybe something came up. Let's take a look. So this is 84 melee defense against 43 melee attack. So that is more than enough to make it where the chance to hit is the minimum possible. Whenever they do land a hit though, it's 32 armor piercing damage. Let's see, it slowly degrades. It's like noon there. Okay, I guess that's true. Maybe something came up. Yeah, so I'm used to it being like, you know, more extreme when he hosts tournaments later in the day, where like it ends at like 1 a.m. for me, and I'm like, man, our time zones are so different. But yeah, I guess you guys are right. Yeah. Early for a gamer. Yep. Rank 1 versus rank 9. I just wanted to see, because the great weapons are supposed to counter here, right? But yeah, this is what infinity melee defense can do. Dang. Yo, did the Chosen win if they're chevroned? They gotta, right? Yo, I don't know how a whip makes you so good at not being hit, but I guess, you know, when all you really have is a shield, you might as well use it effectively. Pretty sure this is one of the highest melee defense units in the game. Even more than Norgrimlings. Oh, I think the tournament started. He had a power outage. Rip. He had a power outage. Oh my gosh. Tourney will start at 1:15, 30 minutes from now. All right, well, we have some time to go. He speaks, he lives. Fully chevron chosen. 53 melee attack. Still doesn't compete against 84 melee defense. So even with 53 melee attack, their chance to hit is what's it? Because they have a base 35%, reduced by 30. Yeah, I think they still get to the minimum chance to hit. Time to make this a ranked ladder stream. And I have to like disable the mod and all that. Let's see it. Get 'em, boys. Yeah, he said that the ISP there, they have a monopoly. Sucks, man. Absolutely sucks. I think honestly, the increased melee defense for the Nurgle Chosen help out a lot. Dude, 62 melee defense when they're fully chevroned. That's pretty crazy. Technically, they shouldn't have any higher chance to hit the Chosen of Slaanesh. So the DPS should not be any higher. Unless chevrons actually like change how often they attack. But their higher melee defense is helping them trade up ever so slightly. Yeah, he said there was an internet outage. As soon as they get tired though, 40 melee attack, very tired. They lose their weapon strength. That technically shouldn't affect things though, right? Oh, these guys have Strider too? Hell yeah. Cover over the Chevron bonuses. Well, Chevron bonuses is, yeah, it's plus 10, plus 11. Over here, it doesn't say there's a bonus. It's like no AP on the Hell Scourges. Yeah, they're very close to just sword infantry in terms of AP, even less so, I think. Redeem the stretch, thank you. How does the math work behind melee attack and melee defense? Yeah, thank you very much, Meaty Dangler, but yeah, basically that. You start with a base 35% chance to hit, plus your melee attack minus their melee defense. And it has a lower bound and an upper bound of 10% and 90%. One of them slightly lower though. I think it's the lowest chance you have to hit can be 8, and the highest chance you can have is 90. It's either that or it's 10 and 92. It's one of those. One of those. Dang, they barely won. Yeah, they used to have 0 armor piercing. It's 8% and 90%. All right, there we go. Do Wrathmongers? They should have high enough melee attack to chunk through. Yo, if Wrathmongers lose to fully Chevron Chosen, 0 AP was crazy. I thought it was kind of fun. Just give them ludicrous amounts of damage. I think it made the unit more unique than it is right now. Right now, the only thing that's interesting is like, okay, they have poison attacks and slightly more melee defense. And there's still no reason to really use a unit. I just CA, just give me a reason to use a unit, you know? Anyways, Wrathmongers are insane, right? Indeed, yes. As soon as you get enough melee attack to chunk through that melee defense, at a whopping 79 melee attack, the damage starts, it goes up by a lot just from those slight melee attack improvements. So while 82 or 84 melee defense is definitely quite the meme, it's not actually that good. Took the Wrathmongers just about 3 minutes to kill off the Chosen Hell Scourges. They took half HP damage in doing so, but they got the job done. I'm new to Warhammer 3. Is the Steam sale a good time to buy all the DLCs? Yeah, you don't have to buy all the DLCs. Warhammer DLC sales are like, they happen all the time. Like every like 4 months, you can pretty reliably count on it, or you buy DLC keys from elsewhere. So I would say buy enough DLCs to last you, 4 months, and then you're good. And honestly, for most people, that means like 1 or 2 DLCs. At most, like, You could probably settle for like, you could get more if you really want. You know, it depends on your financials, but yeah, they're very common. Now you get to do your laundry outside to match time. Oh man, can't believe I started the stream early. What a ripoff. Also, yeah, don't make the mistake of getting DLCs you don't intend on playing, because it'll literally be useless. There is no benefit to getting a DLC for a faction that you're not going to play. Yo, does the, so we saw this thing beat Uncle Furuncle. Does it beat Scarbrand? Be pretty hype if it did. Scarbrand's 2,500. I will never get the Wood Elf DLC. Never say never. Wood Elves are pretty good. How did Slaanesh get updated? So the Soul Grinder got more anti-large, which I want to test out today. The Keeper of Secrets is also cheaper. Oh, infantry's helping out. There you go. Oh, there they go again. And they're not helping out that much though. Yeah, so its bonus anti-large is 35 instead of 25 now. Still loses to Scarbrand. Gets a good amount of damage in. How does that compare to a Keeper of Secrets? So Keeper of Secrets costs 100 less. If it does better than the Soul Grinder, that's kind of sad. Wood Elves are both good in multiplayer and surprisingly chill in campaign. That Wood Elf rework really made them quite powerful. Let's take a look. As soon as the charge bonus wears off, then we give him the debuff. Kind of unfair to give him the full duration of the debuff, but compared to the Soul Grinder, if you're not cycle charging, looks very similar, right? Soul Grinder is more expensive. Yeah, I don't know, man. Soul Grinder is a source of soporific musk though, so maybe he can use that. And he can't get shot to death as easily by arrows. So maybe I'll try the Soul Grinder out against some archer factions. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about both of them. They did get buffed. And then there's the cultist buff, right? There's the cultist buff and then there's a spawn buff. Yo, did the spawn? Do spawn beat Scarbrand? Let's try one spawn unit. The buff was not insignificant. You've killed Scarbrand with the giant. The giant's crazy, man. It's not very fast, which is its big downside, but it does so much damage. Slaanesh Soul Grinder can't shoot. It's the only Soul Grinder that can't shoot. It has a claw arm from 40k. Spawn versus Scarbrand. If I had 2 units of spawn, it might actually be more cost effective than the thingamajig. Do these guys have devastating flanker? Oh, they do. Fun. When do you ever bring spawn? Well, they got buffed, so we're trying them out in the tournament. Okay, yeah, they still can't get dumpstered though. Anyone know if the cultists are any good? So cultists, they got cheaper. So you can take them with the Gate of Slaanesh, and they will cost 850. So let's say you're up against, like, let's see, what would they usually bring versus Slaanesh? Okay, sure. Let's just see two Forsaken. If these ladies can kill two Forsaken, it's not that bad with their summon. Of course, you can also summon into the backfield and kill some archers. I know we set on Slaanesh today, but who's next? Maybe I will do a Lizardman. If you can get devastating flanker off with the spawn, maybe it's hype, maybe. So the biggest loss here, like, so these ladies are not that good at fighting. If they die before they can get their Gate of Slaanesh, they get negative value, right? And it also takes a while to get it down. But what if you get the Demonette summon, right? You get the Demonette summon, and then they, you know, and then they do this. So now you're up trading, right? So if you summon directly on top, it's actually way higher DPS. And then you still have a few seconds left of Demonettes to get some work done. These ladies are so susceptible to getting murdered though, because they have like no HP, like 4,000 HP, and foot characters are easier to kill now. Like, they could just die. So I'd only ever run them. Maybe I take them as a reserve in case my opponent doesn't have much. Oh yeah, Skull Reapers. What did they do to Skull Reapers? They just gave them Capture Weight, didn't they? Skull Reapers. Yeah, that's all they got. They just got Capture Weight. That's so sad. The problem is they don't uptrade. Some summons were buffed. The Demonettes actually degrade almost immediately. Vampire Coast is not a winner of this patch, because technically they got buffed, but it doesn't feel like a win because they're still pretty garbage. The depth guards still don't uptrade very well. The biggest thing is deck dropper handguns will be a little bit more viable now, but like, what? Yeah, people are gonna be running bloats. Okay, I guess maybe some of the man-tied strats with the zombie pole arms will be good. I think for people who really know how to play a mean man-tied, they can get a lot of work done with polearm and deckhand mobs. Hydra's pretty cool. The buffs don't really change that much though. Cheaper Fellbats is also pretty nice. So like, and you know, cheaper Gunnery Whites, cheaper Moringal Haunter. This doesn't really fit with their standard playstyle right now. And even the polearms were like not that crazy, but it's gonna help them out just a smidge. I think people know how to play against Vampire Coast though. No, they nerfed Aranessa. She doesn't get knocked down as much. Yeah, so she's actually worse now. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's pretty rough. They put in work last stream. When my opponent literally was not even looking at the spawn area, I guess. I just want Coast to be good. Some people can win tournaments with Vampire Coast. I think you do need to get some good matchups, but it is not impossible to win a tournament with Vampire Coast. It's also not impossible to win with Cathay. I would say Cathay is harder. With the new buffs though, they might be slightly better. But like, all you really gotta do is take some guns and then have your opponent misplay into them. Crabs with guns destroy cavalry and single entities easy. The good old Lamprey's Revenge. Yeah, they don't really kill single entities that well, do they? I guess I don't think so. Who knows? Let's see. Let's give them a Louis. Let's give just the basics, right? Just the literal bare bones. If he has to sit on the crabs, does he die? How good is Forbidden Rod on Vampire Coast? It's bugged, so it actually costs 350 gold instead of its stated price. Fun fact, they made it not good. It would be good if they didn't make it not good. Aw, hell yeah. All right. Was this the solution the whole time? Just go for the crabos? Aw, hell yeah. Look at them go. Hey, actually not too bad. The AI is trying to cycle charge. Not very effectively, though. Hey, like that. Yo, maybe I should have just taken the crabos. Could have won that Petonia game. More crabos. Yeah, Kalita's buffed. Kalita's buffed and she killed Archaon. Max crabs with guns. Maybe if you is there a way to heal them? Vampire counts what, you like go Noctilus, Invocation of Nahek. Then maybe you do something. Yo, if we swap places here. He did have some very, very annoying grails. I think he brought, yeah, just normal grail knights. Let's see if the grail knights cook here or not. Because if they cook here, it means that we'd be screwed. Because he had a whole grail knight contingent. Yes, Slaanesh stream. Tournament should be starting soon too. All right, do these guys did they cook or what? There's the heal. We just leave him in combat. Oh, it's close. The leadership might break. Dang, look at them go. Dang, I should have taken the Lamprey's Revenge. They're crazy. Lamprey's Revenge for the win. Jeez. Today I learned one must embrace the Crabo to play Vampire Coast. I think with infantry support, it could be a little scarier, but you know, it's actually not too bad. Triple Crabo build. The real way to play Vampire Coast. Yeah, so Kalita got buffed. Let's take a look at her. Let's take a look-see. She can take her on her Necro Serpent. She costs 1400. She is a decent combatant. She gives a reload skill bonus, I guess. She has a Venom Staff, so she's 1600. If you compare her to her Vargulf, it doesn't seem that bad, actually, right? You just yeah, you just Vargulf it up. Hey, thank you, Goober. Thank you for the good luck. Deep down, we all knew crabs were the answer. Yeah, I went double big crab, not gun crabs. That was my big mistake. Mass crabs with heals with the new Forbidden Rod caster. I guess Noctilus did heal the Crabos there. Hawk Riders got melee buffs. +2 melee attack, +4 melee defense. Oh, plus the 9 charge bonus. Dang. They're still hella squishy, but their charges will be even more impactful now. Pretty hype. Hey, Sotek, what's up? Poison for melee units as well would make your passive buff so much more reasonable. Tomb Kings don't have that much access to poison, right? Or do they? So these skeletons give poison. Also, what's up, Sotek? Necropolis Knights are pretty bad, so you don't see them very much. No one's really running Tomb Scorpions right now. And it's just the Eyes of the Desert. Honestly, yeah, if her poison aura was for all units, that'd be pretty hype. Spread the poison. The thing is, though, she's going to be 55 meters away from most range units a lot of the time. It's kind of sad. She also already has poison. But she's there, I guess. She's there. Venom Staff is kind of jokes. It did a bit of damage to Archaon. I still don't think it's that meta, but it was kind of funny. Yeah, get her on a chariot. Alright, peace, Sotek, peace, peace. Slaanesh is gonna be fun, man. I can't wait to see if the new Pavane is busted or not. Does the stream have a gimmick? Yeah, I gotta test out all of Slaanesh's change units. So Spawn, I gotta test out the new Pavane, see if it's actually good or not. We gotta test out the Cultists of Slaanesh. We gotta see if the nerfs to their army buildup actually make a big difference or not. But hey, if people are just don't ban, like if Slaanesh is just a normal faction now, right, and they're not permabanned in every tournament, I would happily just start playing them because they are one of my most favorite factions. Tomorrow, though, I should try, like, I should probably try Khorne again. I just have to learn how to play them. Khorne, win farming. Maybe. There's a few where people want like demon prints only. There's a salamander. The top four right now though is melee only wood elves, Shades Showcase, Nuln Ironsides, and Salamander Plague of Frost. I think since Nuln Ironsides got buffed, I think I'm gonna scoot them up a little bit in the rankings. Skull Reapers, yes, the Skull Reaper capture rate buff. A domination only change because they were definitely OP in land battle, right? Definitely. I'm pretty sure everyone was like, man, those dang Skull Reapers. Ghost Max should be the top of every list. No one wants to just see me lose, all right? If I've learned one thing, it's people don't want to just see me lose all my games. Okay, maybe some people, but most people don't. Doombolt maxing. Yeah, when I play Dark Elves, definitely Quad Doomfire Warlock has to be good. It does 1,000,000 damage to infantry, and you get 2 casts of it. So if each cast gets to 200 gold, which we've seen it has done, that's 400 gold baseline. All they really got to do from there is kill like 1 unit of light cavalry, and they've paid for themselves. On top of Soul Blight, these guys are crazy. Redeem 15 squats. All right. There's only one way to get ripped, right? And it's to exercise more. You've been playing this with the homies? Oh, hell yeah, but you're new to Total War? Yo, I joined like 5 years ago. Y'all know any coaches to mainly learn battles? Yeah, Zerkovich is the best YouTuber for learning how to play battles properly. But yeah, if you actually want to get like good at multiplayer, I think Turin has some pretty good guides. I play in a lot of tournaments, but like I'm a little bit. I feel like I'm more out of touch with like people who are learning the game. Whoop. But yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to send them on my Discord, though. I will happily provide builds, whatever you want, depending on what type of multiplayer you're playing. Jeez, okay. That was 15, right? If you do the squats with me, you'll become ripped just as fast. I do need to get some protein in my diet at some point, though. Like more protein. I feel like everyone tells me that's the hardest part, getting enough protein. You counted 10? Crap. I'll do 5 more. He hasn't started the tournament yet. It should soon, though. Yo, Karaf there, you have to join. Cathay just got mega buffed. I thought this is exactly what you wanted. 2, 3, 4. I did not count. All right, well, I did 5 extras just in case. 10 rotisserie chickens a day and 500 squats. Yo, I've been doing kettlebell swings. So good. Actually, so good. All right. And it begins. It's time to play Slaanesh. As soon as the bracket starts. Everyone thinks they need more protein, but really they need more fiber. Why not both? Oh yeah, optimized starts, Jolito, are so important for campaign. At least it's a huge booster. Warhammer is a very snowbally type of game for campaign. Need far less protein a day than they tell you, but it's always good to have extra. How much protein per day for muscle gain? AI overview says 1.6 to 2.2 grams per kilogram of weight per day. Uh-huh. Okay. So then, how much protein in an egg? Holy crap. Holy crap. I need that much protein? That's a lot of eggs, man. There's so many eggs. You couldn't sign up. Craft here, what are you doing? No. Message Turin quickly. Yo, that's a lot of protein. I gotta eat like so many eggs. My poor heart. I don't think it can take it if I'm just eating eggs for protein. Eggs are a mid-protein source? Dang it. You're telling me that they're just there to give me cholesterol? Need those beans? Alright, back to beans then. How many beans do I need to eat to gain muscle? Okay. Let's see here. How many beans? Okay, it's not giving me an actual number. All right, whatever. I think we have our opponent. Here we go. I'm Slaanesh. Then, what's Altar of the Champion again? Oh, it's this one. Altar. Actually, now let's ban Crystal Lake. Yeah. He's Lizardmen. Hell yeah. You guys think Lizardmen can beat Slaanesh? The mighty Slaanesh versus Lizardmen? Turns not dual streaming? What? Say what? Garbage. Alright. Slaanesh versus Lizards. So we wanted to try Pavane. Pavane of Slaanesh. So that's a must take. If I'm up against the Lizards, oh, it'd be so good versus Pterodons actually, because it doesn't really matter if it takes a little while. This is a matchup where my super armored chosen of Slaanesh are actually good, or is it just gonna be another Forsaken Fest? I feel like Forsaken Fest is just so good. What got buffed though? Ah yes, Cultists of Slaanesh, and I also need to have a Soul Grinder potentially, or a Keeper of Secrets. Oh, lizards can get soul flanked, man. Grinders against the Monster Mash. That's the theory. If they're not good enough, though, we just lose. Do I run double Soul Grinder? They technically don't have that much armor-piercing ranged firepower, so maybe it actually is the clutch that no one expected. I think Hellstriders are just a must. You're just insane if you don't bring Hellstriders. Especially because it kills skinks so well. The problem is... yeah, if I take 2 Soul Grinders in my reserve, I just have no money left. I don't think I can do that. Double Soul Grinder in reserve is insane. I could put him in my main army, but I think that's more insane. Yeah, that may very well be more insane. Salamander should not be an issue though, right? Versus Lizardmen. What else got changed? So... Cultist, Soul Grinders, Spawn. Ooh, Spawn of Slaanesh. Gotta try me some Spawn of Slaanesh, right? There's no way they're not amazing. Definitely, they're gonna be the best unit ever. Let's see here. You know what? Let's take one of these for the lulz. Sure. Okay, kind of a weird build. I would say generally not the most optimal thing I've ever run in my life. But gonna probably get a lot of work done, most likely. Most likely. It's a Slaanesh build. You're in the tourney? Ah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Craftier. I hope to see you in the second round, good sir. Alright, let's try this out. It's Slaanesh versus Lizardmen. Have they been tuned down or what? Thank you for the good luck, Peaceful Romancer. I'm really hoping this Soul Grinder can beat like a Shredder of Lustria or something. Oh yeah, they can remove the Rampage. Can't do it if I Rampage their Lord though. Hmm? Oh man. All right. Yeah, I can't Rampage their range otherwise. Yeah. Well, anyways, we'll see how it goes. It's Slaanesh versus Lizardmen. This should be pretty good for us. Should have world champion in the title. Gotta represent. Feels so vain. I am pretty vain though. I'm quite vain. All right. So for you guys, All right, because it's a fun stream today. A lot of cool stuff. Chosen of Slaanesh, spawn of Slaanesh. All right. It's all the cool beans. You want beans? Here they are. Embrace Slaanesh, become vain. Ooh. We have the cultist of Slaanesh, which I'll be testing out. She has a summon. Some Hellstride in action. Soul Grinder. So if he brings something like a bunch of Saurus, the spawn should absolutely cook. The Chosen should be pretty difficult to deal with too, since you kind of need monsters to shut him down. But then I can cycle charge said monsters. He does have a Mazdamundi with a net and Apotheosis, range 100 meters. Same as Pavane. Could potentially net me if we're not careful here. 2, 5, 5, 11. So he doesn't have any units that'll catch me off guard. And I think he's already made a little bit of a misplay because these skink skirmishers are they not a wee bit exposed here and far from safety? It's a long way from home over there, you little skinks. It's a very long way from home. Gets the Cold One Spear Riders. And yeah, he is gonna pull them back. He does indeed sense the danger. And he's gonna pull back with them. Makes a lot of sense. Now these are sacred Croxagores that we have to contend with here. Very spooky indeed. I do have all the capture points though, so I don't really have to do anything actually. We can just chill, right? These guys have no charge defense. Rip. But in terms of maneuvering, I think we are doing all right. And you know what I really want to do? I really just want to get a Soul Grinder and try and kill Mazdamundi. Because he doesn't have any heroes to remove a Pavaning off of his face. That'll be pretty jokes. I can Pavane him, overcast to make it last for absolute millennia. Can make it last 50 years. That'll also be pretty funny. And yeah, he just doesn't want to advance. All right. Well, like, I don't have to push into a bad situation. It's a triple cap. You gotta do something. There we go. So here he comes. He's gonna go for capture point number 1. Let's just play this nice and smart like. Stalling with the Chosen, who have 7 capture weight. Newly updated Chosen. 1 million capture weight. I don't know if he realizes it because these guys are not outweighing those Chosen. And there we go. There's a big boy. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna hopefully just murder Mazdamundi, right? Because he's gone really wide here. Most of my forces are all together. They're having a great old time. And if I just go for it with an overcast Pavaning, he should be pretty screwed, right? He should have to disengage from here and everything. Let's get those Forsaken across. My lord has to be very careful, though. There's a Pavane. Soul Grinder's going on in. So Mazdamundi's on the run. He's trying to stay alive now, right? He smells death. It is on its way. But will he actually be able to escape is the big question. Chucks down a spell before he gets rampaged. Makes sense. Friendly fires himself a lot. Pretty brutal. And there we go. Then I'm going to pull in my lord. We're gonna see if we can bully him. So the great thing about this Soul Grinder specifically is that it doesn't really care much about these skink skirmishers. So maybe he can just kill Mazdamundi. He used cold-blooded on himself. And it worked. What a ripoff. You can do that? You can actually cold-blooded the thingy? Oh, that's such a ripoff. Alright, new plan. New plan. We're going to just kill him normally. We're just gonna kill him normally, alright? You know, I have another rampage. It's fine. We're playing Slaanesh. There you go. Get wrecked, cold-blooded. Get wrecked. Alright, there we go. The Mazdamundi sniping continues. I do have to worry about trading here, though. Especially because the Chosen actually kind of sucked. They really didn't do that much, sadly. But at least we can probably kill Mazdamundi. Should be able to at least kill those Cold One Riders too. Come on. Soul Grinder's on him. He's on his butt. We kill him. The match should be basically over. There we go. That should be a route on him now, right? And then just a little easy escort off the map. Hell yeah! And he's sniper-ooed. Alright, now I just have to carry out the rest of the victory. Normal Pavane doing pretty well against the Cold One Riders. But yeah, without Mazdamundi, life is about to get very difficult for my opponent over here. As we do still have my Lord, he's chilling, having a great time. And Terror Routes Abound are about to kick in. We'll have to secure this far point, probably. But there we go. He's gone, baby. The Lord sniping is successful. And this is where Slaanesh cooks, right? So, there you go. Mass routes abound on the skinks. Lots of terror routes, lots of proper routes, too. Very nice. We're going to route off the cav over there. And then I think we're all goodies. Assuming we actually get the chase down done. His cavalry's dead. Marvelous. And we have a bunch of our army abilities. Yes, it did get nerfed. No, it did not get nerfed that much. It still builds up rather well. So leave the Soul Grinder here while my Lord deals with this business. I think one of the Skink Skirmishers will probably come back, but overall doesn't feel like a big issue. Because I have this Seductive Glory. Only hit one Croxagore, a big misplays. Such is life. Kind of a little awkward, actually. Just a little awkward. Alright. Alrighty. I think he's saving up for a Mazdamundi resummon too, by the way. That'll actually help him out quite a bit. Let's see here. So these Cold One Riders are just gonna route off. They're not a big deal. Lord, though? Lord kind of getting cooked by skirmishers. I don't like that very much. Alright. I see how it is. Oh, God. He bought him back. He bought him back. He bought the Mazda back. The reverse Lord snipe. Oh, jeez. He bought him back. That's actually kind of crazy. I was not ready for that. Oh, no, not the Lord. No. Ah, crap. Big misplays on my end. The Soul Grinder is alone. Dang. All right. All right, that might have been a minor throw. Getting my Lord Snibbita sniped. It's actually a little awkward right now. They are expensive, man. They are so expensive. You do not want to lose your Lord as Slaanesh. Very, very painful indeed. Now, we do have a lot of spells and abilities over here to help us out, right? I do have the Soul Grinder. He's going to be grinding down souls. It'll be great. Let's see here. Holy crap, though. That... The Mazda resummon actually cooks so hard. What the crap? All right, first things first. I gotta play for the points again. It's fine. It's fine. I'll get my 2 points. It'll be great. Soul Grinder's doing amazing. He doesn't care. What are these? Just a couple skink cohort or whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Just pull back and regroup and steal some points. It'll be nice and comfy. There you go. He just summoned in a Cold One Spear Rider. I can net it down. It'll be perfect. It will be perfect. I assure you. Yeah, I think he's over chasing the Soul Grinder too. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Okay. Should be able to kill these Croxagores off, right? They've been a pain in my side for far too long. There we go. Soul Grinder's on him. Little cultist over here. having a good old time. She got knocked over by Mazdamundi, this lady. All right, there we go. He's buffing up his forces, but it looks like I should be able to kill off most of them. He's gonna cast some crazy magic here, probably, if I'm not careful, right? It's so painful. Oh, he netted them. Interesting. All right, that's pretty cool tech, actually. Yeah, so he did cast a little bit of magic. Nothing too crazy, though. And then big ol' surround should just be able to kill them. And then maybe I just get my lord back or something. All right, come on, Demonettes. Crap. There's a big ol' banishment. A fun fact, if you kill Mazdamundi, he does come back with all of his abilities. That's so painful, man. He's just ignoring the Demonettes. He's just ignoring them. Oh boy, all right. So now my Marauder Horsemen are dying. Honestly, the Soul Grinder's not killing these Quaxagores very quickly either. I don't like it very much. How's my Lord doing? 2,600 gold, not a problem. So I've captured this point, but yeah, I'm just running out of units. God dang, man. Dude, I threw this one so hard. It's a huge throw. I guess Slaanesh sucks. I guess you really need that DLC. Also, the Chosen suck too. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The Chosen are really bad. The Demonette summon was also really bad. Oh, boy. Yeah, the Demonette's got like negative value there. It was terrible. Actual dog water. Alright, so I have one capture point. The biggest play I can make right now. So we did rout off the Quaxagores, which is good. My army ability is not building up too well. And Mazdamundi does have nets too. Yeah, there it is. I think I'm just gonna have to hit him up with the Hellstriders. So he chucks out the net. He's gonna avoid the fight. Holy crap, the cultist is so bad. No wonder they got buffed. They're terrible. All right, I'm gonna catch these guys in the forest though. Cold One Spear Riders going down. It's a good start. It's a nice start. Let's see here. So how do you ride off this much Lizardmen right now? Oh god, there's another massive spell that's gonna kill everything. All right, there you go. That's it. GG, well played. All right. That, all of those guys suck. Did the Soul Grinder do well at least? The Lord throw is rough, but oh my god. Did the Soul Grinder do anything? Please tell me at least paid for itself. The Chosen were garbage, man. The Chosen sucked. The Spawn did nothing. Oh god. All right, the Soul Grinder, it was on its way to paying for itself though. Jeez Louise though, my lord. Yeah, they got way more value than the Soul Grinder. Oh man, dude, there was a lot of garbage in here. This is a garbo build. Oh whoops, that's not one win, my bad. Force Favage. There we go. Holy crap, dude. Okay, technically the cultists did get 568. So I think I might stick with the cultists. Everything else though was terrible. Everything else was so bad. Never again. Lizardmen Supreme. Yo, the Saurus buff so definitely helping. All right, so yeah, obviously cut the Chosen. The Spawn, I don't know. They fought for a bit, but then they just kind of died along with the Forsaken. I don't know how I feel about that. Pavane was really weird. So I think he actually negated the Pavane at the beginning of the game. Can we see that real quick? So the Lizardman ability, if you just throw it on your Lord early, you don't get Pavaned. That's kind of crazy. Slaanesh doesn't get... Lizardmen have some tools for some of Slaanesh's stuff. I think we would have won there if I didn't like throw my Lord, even with all the suboptimal units. You think you sniped Mazda too early? No, the big misplay was getting my Lord focus fired by the skinks. If I didn't let that happen, we would have been completely fine. But did he actually negate the Pavane with a cold-blooded mid cast? Let's see, let's see. So we go over here. We overcast, so that's like 22 winds of magic. Oh, so he cast it on super early. He cast cold-blooded basically immediately, which is not even needed. But yeah, it does actually just fully... You can cast it early. You don't even have to wait. If you chuck it on yourself at any moment when you see Pavane get cast, it just doesn't do anything. Yo, that's crazy. We still kill Mazdamundi. Like, this still worked out really good for us, but yeah, losing my Lord immediately after was pretty bad. And then we also lost a lot of our infantry to the Sacred Coxagores. The Chosen against Sacred Coxagores was a really bad fight that I took. Still though, even in this position, it's not too bad. If you just carry out the game from here, you should still be able to win, I think. It's still a little sus, but with my Lord at full HP, it can just kill all the Coxagores. The Soul Grinder, though, didn't really kill the Coxagores, even in a prolonged fight. Dang. That's just for domination. We talk about just domination, by the way. On this channel, we don't actually play a lot of land battle. I don't know what to say, but I haven't played land battle in, like, forever. All right, so that means I'm gonna have to try hard the rest of the tournament. It is 6 rounds though, right? Isn't it? Let's see here. Announcements tourney. I think it's still a 6-round tournament, so I have a lot of chances to just pull a bunch of wins. But yeah, I do think I do kind of like the cultists of Slaanesh. They're not like world beaters, but they can definitely cause some issues. Yeah, I think it's really just like Human Boy that does the most land battle stuff. Then again, it's not like there's that many domination streamers either, but such is the way. There's a good number though. It's a good number of streamers for both. Ah, brutal. God dang, the Counter Lord snipe, insane. Let's see. So if we... Yeah, I guess this guy's fine. The Soul Grinder... he does give the soporific musk, and he does last a really long time. He might have been better than Spawn in this situation. Slam him in there. Soul Grinder plus Exalted Keeper. I could go for the I think the biggest buff is actually the Marquis of Masochism, because that's a lord that I ran previously. Holy crap, there's so many signups. A lot of signups. What we have? What they got? They got Phantasmagoria. That actually would have helped pretty well against Mazda. It's 350 more gold than the Soul Grinder. It's 1 Empire Spearman's worth to get the spell casting. You know what I do kind of want to see though? Yo, is the cultist on the War Shrine cheaper? Let me check. On the Steed it's cheaper. On the War Shrine it's the same. Dang, alright. So they really don't want to buff the War Shrines. That's crazy. I can't take her on a horse for a slightly cheaper price though. So what? She has Pendant of Slaanesh. Tormentor Blade only lasts 14 seconds though. On a horse with Gate of Slaanesh, it's 1,000 gold, 4,000 HP cavalry unit. She does have anti-infantry, even on a horse. Not the worst stats, 55 melee defense. No armor piercing though. Wonder if you can force Rampage on Lizardmen's bigger units to bait them into Seekers or something. Well, we saw his, the Lizardman Lord ability negates it, even if you cast it at a weird time. Hey, Silu, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Yeah, they still think War Shrines are too strong. They didn't get a buff. I should add that to the list of suggestions. War Shrine buffs, please. Yeah, they definitely, I think War Shrines, we like never see them in domination. Maybe they see a lot of play in land battle though, who knows? Let's see, what else could I do? Could try out, I don't know, man, do those Croxagores. Croxagores were a pain. Devoted Marauder's not bad though. There's also this guy, the Princes of Perfection, Regiment of Renowned Spear Marauders that have Soporific Musk. So they're kind of similar to the Spawn if you want to run that debuff. War Shrines are super weak, super duper weak. Yeah, it's true. The range on the Lizardman ability is not infinite, but isn't it 200 meters? That's quite a bit. Cold-blooded. Yeah, it's 200 meter range, so almost any unit on the battlefield can get hit by it. I think the Soul Grinder's okay. I think the Soul Grinder's situationally okay for how tanky it is. Let's see, so what? Foot Cultist. I think you do want to start with the Cultist, because the Cultist alone can't really get a lot of work done. But like a double Cultist start is not bad. And then we'll go from there. Oh yeah, Chaos Knight Lances, that's true. They got minus 150. Compared to Heartseekers, they are armored cavalry and they do have a speed bonus because they're marked of Slaanesh. 75 speed, 1400 lance cavalry. Might actually not be the worst. Though, they're no Blood Knights, are they? They do have fear though. But I think everything on this roster causes fear. Still waiting on 5 more matches to finish and then we're good. I will say too, the oh man, Pavane versus Lizardmen. You probably just don't run it versus Lizardmen, right? I think you probably just stick with Lore of Shadows. They did buff the Withering, which is pretty cool. It actually gives a lot of Shadowcasters more access to armor reduction. And it's 40 seconds. It's pretty fun. Devastating Flanker on Lances. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, yo, is Devastating Flanker on the... You know, I gotta try that out then, right? So what? If we go Slaanesh and we have a Chaos Knight Lance unit against I don't know. Let's give him a Kossar and see, because technically Devastating Flanker doubles your damage against flanked units. So what? They're hitting for like 160 damage bonus. It could be hilarious. Let's see this. Let's see this. I don't know if it actually works, but as an idea, it must be tried. Okay, let's see. Are they gonna keep shooting at the lances or what? Okay, there we go. Ah, come on, man. Just stop. God, this game. AI always has perfect bracing. There you go. Let us see. How are new overlords feeling today? Chosen suck. I think I flew a little too close to the sun, and then I made a huge misplay to lose the last match. You know, it's actually not too bad. Does their thing keep cooking? So that's a half HP charge for the lances. Wait, do they yeah, they do have devastating flank. Yeah, maybe it's not too bad. How do they do versus something more elite? Maybe I will run Chaos Knight Lances. You know what? Today's the day we fly close to the sun, isn't it? Yeah, dude, the Slaanesh Chosen, they're so bad. You're spending so much money for a unit that doesn't even have armor piercing. Let's try something heavier and more elite. Let's just try vanilla, like, yeah, Chaos Warrior Halberds. Let us see, let us see. It's a good reason to run Shadowcaster if you run Lances. Shadow magic. Oh, you mean for the armor reduction? Oh, that, yeah, actually, yeah. Minus 30 armor for my Lances. What, that'll get these guys to 70 armor? That's not bad, actually. And you can run the speed buff on them, too. Unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't, like, delete units, though, right? The devastating flanker. I think I need to basically disengage right away for this to work. So you can see the initial charge is quite a bit of damage. Is that much better than a normal unit of lances, though? I gotta see. What does it look like with like a normal Warriors of Chaos lance unit? Got a phone call? Did you win? No, actually, I threw my lord. I threw my darn lord. Okay, let's take a look-see. They would only have 90 armor. Say what? Oh, hell yeah, round 2's begun. Alright, real quick. Who am I up against? I'm up against Walnut. Alright. We're up against Mr. Walnut. These guys have 100 armor. Yeah, if you're using it for Chosen, yes, but these guys only have 100, so it'd be 70. You're talking about Chosen, I suppose? Alright, here we go. Walnuts. Yo, yo. I'm Slaanesh. Let's get him in the lobby. Should be good. There we go. What's the map pool looking like? Norscan Rise, Rapturous Expanse, Dunes of Canes. Alrighty. Here we go. Big redemption arc. You read the wrong stat line. Chaos Knights have 120 armor. Ah, there you go. There you go. But yeah, so Slaanesh Chaos Knight Lances are actually pretty decently sped up. 75 speed for cavalry. If you compare them to something like Dragon Prince's 84 speed, It's not the fastest thing in the world, but should do okay. He's Cathay. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, all right. You think he's gonna run the forbidden balloon build? Dude, if he knows what's up, he can actually run a pretty insane build against us. The ultimate, the forbidden, the balloon Cathay. That would be pretty hilarious, indeed. Decent. We're talking semantics. Decent is another word for suboptimal. I think the meaning of words is different from person to person. That's what I've learned. All right, here we go. He got the password. Oh, right. Rapturous Expanse. Sounds like a ginormous map. All right. It's up against Grand Cathay. Oh, grandest of Cathay. Let's see how the new Pavane works on. I feel like Pavane should be pretty good here, right? Patch came out yesterday. Yeah, patch actually was out yesterday. Much excitement indeed for many of us. So the big thing here is like a balloon build, or maybe he goes for like a super defensive style. Cathay did get a lot of buffs. The Lions got some pretty cool buffs too. Is this a matchup where I want to run Spawn? Or even a Soul Grinder of Slaanesh? I feel like I still almost have hope for the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh. I can only meme so much though before it actually starts getting risky. But this at least feels a little bit better for me. We know that the Demonettes of Slaanesh too, the normal Demonettes, should do better than Forsaken against armor. Something to keep in mind. Let us see. And then what? So it's either balloon build or it's gonna be... Which if he does go balloon build, nah, Cultists should not be on steeds. They were not made for that. Marauder spam is maybe pretty good. Okay, yeah, this actually works out fine. Cathay, yo, let's use the Keepers of Bliss banner. Actually, no, Subtle Torture. That's a nice red. Let's see, he'll have Jade Lancers. He's gonna have Crowmen. Crowmen on the charge will kill your cavalry, your Seekers. So you do have to make sure that you are ready for that. All right, sure. This seems pretty decent. Sure, why not? Oh, you also went for a red banner? What is this? Actually, wait. Let's cut one of these. Get two of those. There we go. Now we have a build. All right. So this time I'm going to be testing out the Chaos Knight Lances. If we can load in. If you do the same thing every game with the same units, you're gonna get figured out eventually. Okay, there's a whole discussion going on. In general, yes, but also there's some builds that are very similar. And also people don't really have the time to figure things out. for like every player and to learn what builds they do. So while yes, they might figure out eventually, I would say it's actually way less common than you'd expect from my experience to get hard countered. Very often, players even worry that you're going to change up your build. So they change up their build and then they get hard countered by the same thing you bring every time. Let's discuss my beauty. Get on, get the Slaanesh bots in here. All right, here we go. We're ready. Also, yeah, a lot of, because of how Warhammer is balanced too, a lot of units are just suboptimal. So, like, a lot of domination builds will run the same mid-tier cavalry corps every single battle. Like, so let's say Lizardmen, right? Like, what are the real changes? So they always bring stalkers, they always bring skin skirmishers, they always bring javelins. The biggest difference we see is, like, you know, are they going to mix in some Croxagores, or are they going to do a little bit of Salamander play? And these are important changes, so it really depends. But, like, I feel like this is, you know... These are, like... I think we're all in agreement, though, right? You know, I think it's... This discussion feels mostly like it's... like when I'm discussing semantics. Alright, here we go. Ready. He has 7 units. Oh, he's going for the balloon build. He has studied the way of Karavthir. No, it's a bird build. Okay. So Long Marauder, double lion. Wow. Wowza. Alright. So this is actually pretty fun. Double lion, Longmas. So the lions do actually prevent Pavane from doing more damage than it typically would. The Miao Ying and an alchemist with final transmutation. Okay. All right there. Whoa, that is a crazy build. That is a crazy build. So I'm actually gonna have to move over here to defend my guys against a potential fat charge. Gonna see if we can maybe actually kill Miao Ying though, because she is slightly under defended, isn't she? Maybe she'll do a transformation to get out. She does. Interesting. There's the Pavane cast though, so she's gonna have to commit to the fight. Unfortunately, Pavane does not activate instantly, but there we go. All right, and then there's the catch on Miao Ying. Then as soon as that dissipates, I am going to give her another rampage. Seekers of Slaanesh are perfect here. Holy crap, that charge just deleted those peasant horsemen. And unless he has a giant final transmutation here, this is going to be real bad. Because Miao Ying just got charged by a bunch of knights. And yeah, I think it's just over. The double rampage still works. You still have to play around Pavane. You can't just run away from it as soon as it triggers. He's going to get a little bit of damage in, but Miao Ying is getting way too bogged down in the cavalry. So another very nice Lord Snipe, though a little bit of a Sear and Doom action. Okay, gets a lot of damage on the Chaos Knights. Rip Chaos Knights, man. Wish they could do better, but in the end, if we can just kill Miao Ying, it doesn't really matter too much, right? She transforms. Okay, that's pretty interesting actually, because they change it so that guys don't stagger as much anymore, but it will allow her to heal. However, She is dead. Most absolutely, she is gone. Yep, there's another hit. And there she goes. Rip Miao Ying. Yo, the infantry character changes. Amazing. Amazing, man. Chaos Knights. They did pay for themselves. They did actually pay for themselves. Good for them. I'm actually kind of surprised. But as armored cavalry, maybe I do take Chaos Knight lances now. Time to throw my lord. Yep. Time to throw my lord and lose immediately. This is also charging. Yeah, the slower charging is actually fairly noticeable. Or maybe I'm just not winning these games hard enough. It could also be true. Get some crane gunners in there. All right. There's really not much left, though. I should just be able to capture these points and then we're fine. It's going in the book. Honestly, it was a pretty fun build. I was really worried about the dragon. I mean, the artillery spam. Good old flying artillery spam. But opting to go for this kind of weird single entity blob build. It could have been really scary had Miao Ying not get... If she didn't get murdered at the beginning and he actually kept her with the squad, it could have been so much better. But I think they overextended to try and kill my marauders, which was the big misplay. And here come the marauders now. With ITP, they'll be doing great. There goes the lion. Dare I look at the value on my lord? Casual 3,000 value. Just casual 3,000 value. All right, nice. And then I just gotta kill off the artillery now. Yes, yes. Cultists even have both of their summons too. Not bad. I think the cultists are... For being as expensive as the Zinj chariots, they're probably not that great. But... they're decent. They're very decent. Like they get a little bit of work done, right? So Slaanesh versus Grandest Cathay. There you go. We gotta win on the board. I gotta win every single match from here on out. Losing round one is really rough. I'm not winning these games hard enough is cold. It's just a win more mechanic, alright? I'm not saying that I'm supposed to be winning more. Okay, so Chaos Knights were good, but you have to be really careful with the magic. Because they're just so expensive. But against some archer factions, I would not feel the worst running Chaos Knights. Are they gonna be better than Heartseekers? Tankiness wise, they are 25% slower, which means they can't dodge spells as easily. But if we're just talking getting shot at by archers, like, they'll be there. GG. They're interesting. They're very interesting. Yo, is Soren playing today? Oh, he's just casting games. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's true. If I Pavane first and they convert to dragon form, it gets rid of it. Yo, all these crazy Pavane counters. Yeah, transforming does remove spells and abilities on you. But yeah, she was on foot. So you start with Miao Ying as a dragon. You get Pavaned. Before it goes into its rampage effect, you transform back to be on foot. And then you're good. Finally give Slaanesh Demon Strider. I think they've always had Strider. I think literally everything on the roster has Strider. Yeah, I think they've had Strider for a long time, as far as I can remember. Yo, Purple Sun. Purple Sun's great. Didn't have Strider for a while. I don't remember when they added it. Not that I really use demons much anyways. Only the ones with the mark did? Huh. This might have been, this might have happened while I was on my break. What's up? I'll just call you Krebs. How does Purple Sun compare to Pit of Shades? I think way favorably now. So if we take 2 Sorcerer Lords, one with the Lore of Death, one with the Lore of Shadows, and let's say you're trying to kill off some mid-tier unit like these dudes, which one will do better? Let's see. Yeah, greenskins, I feel like they'll be using Purple Sun a lot now. I think it's way better than a lot of their other magic. Although people always... There's always people that prefer the buff spells. Very good. Alright, so this is Purple Sun at 18 winds of magic. If you chuck it out on a unit of infantry here, if it goes the wrong direction, that's about half HP. So Pit of Shades, Overcast is 22 winds of magic. I do actually wonder how Pit of Shades Overcast does here. Let's see. This is Overcast Pit of Shades. And more damage. You are spending 4 more winds of magic. I would say Purple Sun is definitely competitive, but it's probably not like... Yeah, it's probably not that insane, right? What's the difference between normal cast and overcast? Just duration. It really depends on how blobbed up they are. And which direction the Purple Sun actually heads. If it goes down the line of infantry, it can do a lot more damage. Flaming Sword buff, yeah, 1 winds of magic cheaper. It will let you use Flaming Sword as a second spell, though. Because Flaming Sword being cheaper means you can get more burning heads out. Vortex movement is very important, yes. But I would say it's not bad. And compared to a normal cast Pit of Shades, it's definitely way better. Normal cast Pit of Shades is not that crazy. Honestly, though, looking at the results, maybe you do just want to run Buna. They changed Demonettes in this patch? Nope. Demonettes are the same. Exalted Demonettes, though, got more capture weight. That's pretty hype. Burning Blades, Flaming Skull. Oh my gosh. Making my mind twist. Anyways, Burning Head already triggers fire vulnerability, so you don't have to worry about it. If you just cast Burning Head, you get all the fire vulnerability that you need. Lost vs. Charix, but you got your game cast by turn. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, what was Charix playing, Corruptor? What was he playing? What did he beat you with? So you're playing Cathay. Charix was playing... Man, so many signups. Warriors of Chaos. Dang, alright. Yo, Exalted Demonettes are really good as a reserve summon. While I don't really love them as a unit to start with, because they will die to breath attacks, you basically see if your opponent doesn't have the hard counter available, or if you can kill the hard counter, then you bring them on in and they cleave through armored units like no one's business. Sniped his lord. Ah, hell yeah. Let's see how many more matches need to finish. So many. This tournament's gonna go way later. What about Coast? I played Coast yesterday. Not a big fan. Not a huge fan of the Vampire Coast changes. I am interested to try Null and Ironsides though. The way that they fire really is kind of like a constant peppering rather than volley fire, which helps them out a lot, I think, because of stagger animations and such. So we might be able to make a sick Null and Ironside strategy work. The damage is not that great though versus shielded infantry. What's better, Seekers or Fiends? Kind of depends on what you're trying to do. I think Seekers are more cost efficient for killing cavalry. Fiends are way better for like stopping single entities and avoiding some types of spells and all that business, but they're very comparable to each other. So think of Fiends as tankier Seekers, where they're gonna do the same job, but they're more expensive, but they don't die to stuff like Buna or like a Shredder of Lestria charge. They'll take way less damage. Yeah, Empower Gunpowder Tourney. I still got to do the melee Wood Elf run though. Skull Cannon. Yo, how many units have the word skull in their name? I would reckon 20. Most of them on Korn's roster, but I'm sure there's probably a few other factions that have skull somewhere. Screaming Skull Catapult. Is Korn and Tomb Kings the top dogs of units with skull in their name? It might actually be less than, I think, now that I'm going through the possibilities. Maybe it's not that many. Second tourney after a long time and you match up versus Charix. Rough. Hey, it's good practice though. You know, if you can compete against Charix, you can compete against the world. Skull Muncha. Ooh, alright. Some hidden ones in there. Okay, black definitely is a more common word in unit names than skull. Black Knights, Blackguard. There's got to be more, right? There's got to be more. There has to be. The Knights of the Black Rose. The Black Ark Corsairs. Yeah, there you go. Blood, also very common. Reaper is actually pretty common too, right? Are there Reapers in the Dark Elf roster? Ooh, you know what? I think of might be the most common though. If we're talking just any word that is the most common for unit names, I think of takes the cake. I think on every roster, there's probably an of. There's probably at least a couple ofs. Yeah, there we go. We saw. Oh no, that's Seekers of Slaanesh. All the demons ones will definitely have of. Really, just this. Dang, Kislev does not have a lot of ofs. It's just the elemental of beasts. Dragon is also very common, yeah. Though it's not on every unit. I think Archer has to be super common though, right? Or just Spear. We got Spearmen. We have Dread Spears. We have Kossar Spears. This is just cheating though. We're just going into unit types. Dwarves have the Spear of Grugni though, right? Or something like that. Oh, is it not in here? Is it in his is it called the Spear of Omni? No, it's like, it's something else, right? Yeah, where's his ability at? Oh wait, no, this is not campaign. I mean, yeah, it's not campaign. Black Coach. Oh, there you go. Black Works. Of his cheating. Brothers of Tor. Oh, yes. Spearman is my favorite gum flavor. Spirit of. Okay, yeah. If we just go by spirit, that's a good start. What is the most unique unit in the game? Oh, crap, wait. I remember there's one that... Oh, wait, no, I was thinking spells. There's some really unique spells that never see play. Most units are pretty par for the course, but... Mangler Squigs are pretty unique as a multi-entity exploding unit. The train, though, there's so many trains, though. Is it like... It's definitely pretty unique as like a towed chariot. I think there's no other unit that does that. But yeah, like what's more unique, exploding units or towed trains? I think the trains win. I think the trains absolutely win. If you go for the campaign train, it's even more unique because it's like 7 entities. Yeah, Bloated Corpses and Mangler Squigs. Before Mangler Squigs came out, Bloated Corpse was the most unique. That's just like a really standout unit. Nothing else really acts like a bloated corpse or functions like a bloated corpse. Let's see here. Eshin Triads? No, no, man. There's so many more unique. Eshin Triads are just a mashup of a bunch of other mechanics. That's not unique. Well, it is slightly, but... Eshin Maneater is a candidate. I would say Eshin Maneater is, he's a hero character that isn't a hero, and he has a bunch of wacky abilities. But otherwise, if he was a hero, he would not be that unique. So I don't think he's that crazy. Iron Blaster was pretty cool for its time. We didn't have ranged artillery chariots much, especially not of the single entity variety. Some may argue that the Black Lions were good towed artillery, but they were very different functionally than the Iron Blaster. Warp Grinders are also a unit type of their own. I think like what makes a unit unique is it just a completely different unit type? And I think Warp Grinders absolutely are just a completely different unit type from like anything else in the game. They're a multi-entity cooldown based Mortis engine that also has a net. Functionally, they're different from everything else. You know, low entity, low HP, they have Vanguard. There's a lot going on with this unit. It's too bad they suck. What else is there? Yeah, Sky Lanterns are also a weird one. As a ranged, value trading flyer. Sky Lanterns and Sky Junks are definitely their own unit type. Giselles were unique until they started adding Giselles for everyone, yeah. Though Tomb Kings with their Ushapti got close to kind of what Giselles are, but not quite. Although I will say Ushapti are pretty unique. Like, you know, even if you compare them to Ushapti-like units, the whole Ushapti, Lead Belchers, and Giselle combo, they're kind of subgroups of that unique category. There's nothing else like the Changeling. I would count that as a unique ability though, right? Not a unique character. Sky Lanterns are not unique though with the Dowie blimps. Well, I'm assuming we go before, like, you know, Warhammer on launch. Nowadays though, Dowie blimps fall into the same category as like an elite version of Sky Lanterns. But Sky Lanterns are so slow, it almost feels different, but generally I would say they have a lot of overlap. What is the character besides that ability? I guess. The Changeling though, okay, so like this obviously is very unique, right? The Changeling himself though, no one even uses these, right? So the most unique thing is that he allows you to bring other lords. You know what? Yeah, no, I'd say, yeah, I know, I'm coming around to it. I think Changeling is very unique in that he expands the roster so much. I think I just have a little bit of pain internally from the fact that he kind of sucks most of the time because so many of the lords. You know what? I should add that in. Changeling is a contender for a guy that I really hope they buff next patch because, like, come on, man. He's so cool. Can you just make it where it's more like, because like these guys, I literally just can't run them. Azazel for 3,000 because he takes all the spells is the biggest ripoff ever. It's just like, just make it where they don't have all their spells or something, you know, because it's just never going to be worth it to take the spellcasters. I'd rather have that than them having all their spells. A lot of them end up being overpriced too, which is a shame because there's so much stuff. Festus is just a Mortis engine though. He's just a kind of reskin Mortis engine. So I don't think he ranks that high. You know, Oxyotl was pretty interesting when he came out. They added a lot more skirmisher lords. But even so, he is a standout character. Wait, what is the difference between artillery and an artillery piece? Every time they buff another lord, they buff the Changeling. Yo, it'd be so hilarious though, like, man. But like, you know, you could take Throg with the Changeling. Throg is not the worst. He's still way overpriced though, and that will always screw him over. Until CA actually make abilities worth taking, Changeling will be bad. That's true. Oxyotl's update was also pretty crazy. His campaign was kind of easy though. Wasn't very exciting for me. Yeah, several forums would be so hyped, but they don't have that even implemented in multiplayer. I mean, in campaign, so there's no way it'd be in multiplayer. Multiplayer is just a slimmed down version of campaign. I really hope I get some strong opponents next match. I gotta get my opponent points up. None of those teleport campaigns offer any resistance. Let's see what we have. Oxyotl, we have Be'lakor, we have Arbol. Who else can teleport? Technically, Marcus can teleport if you just sail off the edge of the map. It's kind of different though. There's definitely a lot more. I guess Wood Elves can teleport. Wood Elves have a lot of teleport shenanigans. You get Bruckner's execute. Can you take Bruckner? Oh, okay. Oh, it's, oh yeah, yeah. It's, of course, it's a C. He has his fearsome combatants and Titan headsman. That's it. The Cathay dude. Let's see here. Where's he at? Yuan Bo. He does get his execute. Wait, what if you go for Yuan Bo? How does that work? Can you also go dragon for him? I gotta see this. Wait. Let's do a skirmish versus AI. Zinch. And then you go for the changeling. You go here. You go Yuan Bo. Okay. Yeah, can he double transform? Yo, that'd be jokes. He just keeps changing. Yeah, Green Knight's okay, but yeah, you really need characters with fewer abilities and items. Even if they are good, you don't always need them. Did they make this thing bigger? Yo, why does this thing seem massive now? Am I going crazy? I thought this thing was way smaller. Then again, I've like never run it ever. All right, let's take a look. So we become Yuan Bo. He can't become a dragon as Yuan Bo. What a ripoff, man. Dude, that sucks. You can do this at least. Boom. There goes half her HP. Way too expensive. I don't know if anyone... Well, I guess like he will get the execute ability. What a ripoff. It's supposed to be cursed. Get all the boys together. Zinch should be allowed to take multiple lords. I feel like they could have gone so ham with Zinch in multiplayer. They made him a normie faction. But if the changeling was actually good, it would be so cool. Does Zarkan transformation work? Probably not. Slaanesh demons only got Strider in the patch 5.1 June of last year. Oh, I think that's while I was on my long break. Yeah, so I probably wasn't even around for that patch. Crazy. Exalted heroes are basically generic lords. So true, man. So true. These guys are crazy good. Reminds me of the Noble Chariot days. Noble Chariots were bonkers. Way back when. How's the elemental bear? Pretty bad. When you have an incarnate elemental of beasts that has Howl of the Great Beast, it has 60 speed. It's a Mortis engine. And then you have a bear that kind of lumbers around. Yeah, this thing's just better. Spell resist too. Lots of HP on the bear, but Incarnate's pretty tanky too. Bear is really missing out on the melee attack though. Yeah, has armor. One thing to note though, they did buff Heart of Winter. Its first phase does offer a speed reduction. So it's way harder to dodge it. If the spell is good, then maybe you want the Frozen Heart of Winter. But like, who's blobbing up versus Kislev? I think Frozen Heart would be better against factions that can't really deal. I don't know who's blobbing their infantry in multiplayer. Like, at most you get 2 units, maybe some monstrous units too. It does have a breath attack. And it does give frostbite. And it has chilling aura, so that's a 40% speed reduction for 8 seconds. And it basically becomes a net after that. I don't know, maybe. Maybe that extra 10% on Heart of Winter might make the Regiment's Renowned Bear a little better. It does get shot to pieces though. No missile resist, just physical. Good amount of armor, but a very slow lumbering target. Marauder Horseman would have a field day. Yeah, so all slow stack additively. Oh, that's true. It is a 400 gold Heart of Winter, but you are getting other stuff too. You get a plus 10 leadership, plus 11 melee attack, plus 8 melee defense. That's it. Wow. So true. So true. Yeah, it is just a 400 gold Heart of Winter. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's real bad. So even if you catch a unit that can't move, does it even pay for itself? I think if you can catch 2... Okay, wait, let's take a look-see. So let's say you're fighting against some very elite Chaos Warriors. You're playing as a Kislev. It doesn't get much more elite than this, right? You know, there's some situations where you're gonna have some more expensive units, but they're not gonna be blobbing up, especially if they see that you have a bear. 400 gold mobile Heart of Winter. Well, usually it's mobile, so I don't think that's a big benefit. So let's just see real quick, and then you have to also factor in the oh wait, crap, I forgot it sticks on the bear. Oh geez. Okay, it does a little bit of damage. Yeah, it's not even a ranged cast. That makes it worse, honestly. Although you can like chase around the units, but the slow kind of already gets the job done. Let's see. Yeah, it's centered on the bear, my bad. So you can't chase units with it. You can keep single entities from running away from the bear. That's pretty funny. All right, let's see. So a full cast Heart of Winter. You can see it does bring the speed down to 10, so that's basically nothing. And it gets the bear 700 value. I would say it's probably worth. You will probably get your money's worth with the Heart of Winter. The bigger issue is how do you make it not get shot to death? Because most people counter Slaanesh with range attacks anyways. How strong is the breath attack? Let's see. It'll be hard to get a flanking breath attack, but we'll test it after. A little bit of bear action. So if you just march right on up, right? Wrong ability. Oh, you can cancel it though by giving a breath attack command. So breath attack nets you 150 on elite unit of infantry from the front. So you have 3 breath attacks. That's 450 value over time. You have Heart of Winter. That's 700. So the bear just needs to get 1,000 in melee, and you can potentially get a lot more, like 600 value, with the perfectly placed flank shot. Is it? I don't know. The bear needs to get value on all of its pieces to pay for itself, and I think that's too many things that need to go right. Combo it with Rampage. Yes, I guess you can. Let's see here. Yeah, what I'm really impressed by with though, these guys, Holy Wardens, man. Holy Wardens are so hype now. Hell yeah. We're up against B6. Yo, yo. I'm Slaanesh. This is round number 3. You're up first for the map bands. And then we get a lobby. He's Tomb Kings. Ah, hell yeah. You think the Soul Grinder is good into Tomb Kings? You think the Soul Grinder is good into Tomb Kings? I think Cultists of Slaanesh will probably be pretty nice, right? Gotta try them out. Chaos Knights, probably a no-go. Although they do kill skeleton horsemen like no one's business. Maybe I do run them just to kill skeleton horsemen. Blazing Ramparts. What even is that map? The Blazing Ramparts. What is this map? Is that water? Is that water on the map? Can't be. What a strange one. Is that a river in the middle? It's like Imperial Ambush, but weird. Alright. So Bray Valley or Bordello Landing? Let's play Bray. Bray Valley's a weird map. But all my units have Strider, so. Let's do it. Better get aquatic units. The dread aquatic meta. Alright. So, Tomb Kings. Is there anything worth paveining here? There's not a whole lot, but it should be fun nonetheless. There we go. So it's looking pretty good. What happens when a river doesn't have water in it? Use your geology knowledge. If it doesn't have water in it, like a river dries up. Is this a pun? Is this a pun? Cathay mirror? Dude, you should be able to crush a Cathay mirror. Go Cav Max and Crane Gunners, man. Easy peasy. Is Pavane still strong? It's still strong, but not nearly. It's not like OP anymore. Yeah, but I think it's definitely going to see play. Not every game, but it will definitely see play. Watch him go for the Khalida snipe strat. The dread Khalida snipe. It is kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I don't want to lose to B6. So maybe let's not meme too hard today. Let's not meme too crazy hard. So the biggest issue here is if he runs Ushabti, then suddenly I don't really have much to deal with him, right? I don't know what actually kills Ushabti. It's the armor is kind of insane. Yeah, what kills Ushabti even? A lot of his units will be very annoying to deal with. This one's a funny unit. Probably not gonna take that though. Can Ushabti hit Chosen? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Ushabti will mulch Chosen. You just can't go for that. I don't even know if Marauder Spears do well into Ushabti. Their anti-infantry is so good. The Soul Grinder. Now's the time for the Dread Soul Grinder. Let's see here. Marauder Horsemen. They're not perfect though. They did nerf the spell that would otherwise be a big problem for me. What a strange build I've assembled. Is this really the build that I want to go for? Keeper of Secrets. It's good. I think I might need a little bit more oomph. Just a little bit. Oh, actually, this should do great. Although, I guess Sepulchral Stalkers are a big issue too, aren't they? Sepulchral Stalkers will kind of cause me issues across the board last we saw. So I will also need a way to manage them. Many, many issues indeed this day. Huh. Yeah, because they have the magic damage. They got that magic in them. Maybe I do just run spears into them. I don't know. Sure, you know, why not? Let's see it. Ushopti are minimum hit chance into Chosen. Not if you include charge bonus. And even with minimum hit chance, it still does a lot of damage over a long grind. Because the Chosen also don't do a lot of damage to the Ushopti. But it doesn't matter if the trading is slow or fast. If it's trading up for Tomb Kings, it's not great for me. Because I don't have range units for my guys to sit behind. Okay, so I have Strider. We ignore a lot of terrain. So my Chaos Knights should be pretty good. Ready, good luck, have fun. Strider Knights. Nakari, as usual, against the Tomb Kings. This little forest location here is a good one for me. Oh, did this map get updated? I thought there used to be more forests here. Oh, wait, no. Was this more extreme before? It's hard to tell. Very hard to tell. But, yeah. We play around this forest will be good. Chaos Knights will just glide through everything. This entire battle really relies on the Chaos Knights doing well, though. My only other option are Fiends or maybe Exalted Demonettes. But yeah, this feels a little different, right? It feels... I think it's slightly less steep. Far less slope on every slope. Yeah. I kind of liked how hilariously steep it was before, but I can understand why it's changed. All right, give it to me. The Knights of Slaanesh are here to murder endless amounts of cheap cavalry that he summons. They should make an even steeper version of this map. I think it looks a little less ridiculous now. But it's kind of sad to see the extreme map go away. It's not like people weren't running the map. Less slope per slope is a great ad campaign for old people walkers. Jeez, he's still deploying. He has 19 units, brother. All right. So let us see. He has some Skelehorse archers. The foot leader meta. The foot leader meta never ends. So I assume he has a light caster somewhere there too. I think foot leader, although she did get buffed. She did get buffed. So, you know, could be scary. This is actually a perfect time to bring in the ladies here. It'll be great. Is that a... Yeah, Lich Priest of Light with... Okay. So yeah, he's going for the same thing that beat my Warriors of Chaos earlier. Interesting. We have a victory. Very interesting. So the counterplay is to just make sure that you don't get your Lord sniped. Yeah, that's basically it. Just don't. He doesn't have a lot to deal with these Lance Knights. That'll go pretty well. Let's get a little bit of a flanking on him. Maybe some spears too. That'll be great. Looks like he's deciding to pull away. Okay. And there's a very early triple cap. So how are my knights doing? He's summoning in more skeleton horsemen, which are not the greatest here. And he might just lose his caster outright, which is not the prettiest situation for him. Holy! Those knights do not joke around. Very good to see. And his archers are not doing too much work either. Now, Ushabti, I definitely have to back up from. They are indeed a big problem. But with my mobility, we're pretty good. Yeah, it's not gonna work too well there. Not this time, we're ready for it. And there we go. Horsemen are dead. His passive is triggered, but most of his guys are at full HP, so really not a big issue. So there go those units. Forsaken are great at chasing down those skele spears. All right, nice. And then I think we just kill Khalida. I'm pretty sure we just kill Khalida. Yeah, there we go. So Nakari should not knock down Khalida if this works the way it is supposed to. We will have our passive built up in a second. Nakari will have to be a little wary of all these skeleton archers shooting at him. But there you go. A little bit of work. Okay, yeah, now Khalida's actually holding. That's crazy. Crazy sauce. And the Ushabti summon, we're gonna have to bail out. Dang, alright. That actually makes things a little bit more sus, doesn't it? Thankfully, Nakari does live. And I'm going to need to summon in probably some of my elites here in a second. Ouch. Jeez. Did he bring back his caster? No? Alright, Nakari, you're backing up. You're backing up. How's the trading values going? Not as good as I would have hoped for, actually. If I can kill off these dudes, we're okay at least. And I do have my Fiends of Slaanesh now. How are my Chaos Knights doing? They're doing okay. They're in a grind. Let's actually speed boost them real quick. Nakari definitely needs to heal off of these guys just dying. Very nice. All right. Then he's going to back up. Now to safety. There we go. Run, Nakari, run. There we go. Shop to have so many entities. That's kind of a problem. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this, actually. There are many Ushabti around. And my Fiends are kind of having a rough day. Nakari ended up being very expensive. But I do have my two heroes here. And they are going to be having a good day, I think. As they do not worry as much about just bomb diving into Khalida here. And if Khalida dies, then I think my opponent is in a pretty bad situation, right? There we go. Pretty good attack over there. Let's get the Fiends out of there. Out of that little cookie jar situation. Alright. Then we're going to summon in the Marauder Horsemen to hopefully kill his darn Ushabti. Everyone's bringing these monstrous infantry units against Slaanesh now, and it's been giving me a lot more trouble than I thought it would. At least Khalida's on the run. Very nice indeed. We have our Marauder Horsemen in here. Nakari's doing fine. My Chaos Knights refuse to die ever. It seems, it appears. All right. Nakari can probably participate a little bit in here too. With maybe another rampage into the Khalida. But actually killing her is going to be the difficult part. At least the grind goes well, and my Chaos Knights were actually insane. Chaos Knights were such a good option here. But there we go. So there she goes running. Lich Priest. Okay, that's just a normal Lich Priest. I can probably kill off these Ushabti first and foremost. There we go. Overcast kills a lot of my dudes. But potentially we can kill Khalida. Fingers crossed. I think I can actually bring in Exalted Demonettes now. They'll do pretty well here. All right. There we go. There's the rampage. Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. So if I can just get Khalida dead, we're fine here, I think. Holy crap, those Chaos Knights. They did not hear no bell. All right, here we go. It's time. It's time. Here we go. Just straight up killer. If we kill Khalida, everything's fine, really. Nakari's gonna have a pretty rough day, though. It seems like Khalida's kind of holding out. That archer unit, too, is really bad news for Nakari. Alright, you're backing up again. Woo! Alright. Alright, Nakari. Yeah, Nakari is in a very sketchy position right now. And we can't afford to lose Nakari. He's just too expensive. Way too expensive to lose here. Holy crap, the Chaos Knights, though. Chaos Knights for the win. Exalted Demonettes for the win. And I still have a lot of capture points. And the heroes were really good this game so far. They're doing great. In fact, there's not even that many Tomb King's units left even. Holy crap, those knights too. You know what? You deserve a vigor boost, you marvelous knights. In the meantime, Nakari is just going to be trying to stay alive to the best of his ability. And then we're going to try and steal this point probably. With maybe a Forsaken unit. That could be good. Exalted Demonettes, unfortunately getting caught up by the Ushapti. Big misplay on my end, but otherwise not too bad. Let's just keep stalling on that point. We'll be fine. How are the Chaos Knights doing? They're doing great. There you go, cast another spell. Little lady over here, she'll be fine. Looks like my Forsaken are in there. They're cleaving their way through, and he's still not capturing this point. Still ain't capturing it. Exalted Demonettes will probably die to this cav charge, though. But I think we do win on a single cap at the moment. So if I move Nakari over here to take this, we'll be good. I think we did just kill his caster again. That's pretty funny. Pretty funny indeed. All right, Nakari, you're making the long walk. He has a lot of archers is all, but yeah, it's just archers. You know what? Nakari can help with this point. Definitely, definitely. Yeah, and then we should just be able to win this off of our captures. Looks like Khalida's going over here. Man, I'm actually so happy I brought double cultist. And Chaos Knights too. Chaos Knight Lances actually goated.
You have the foe's victory point.
Alright, should be able to get a spell there. It's been really hard getting Nakari's heal off, sadly. That part's been a little rough. But here we go. I think I should be able to get it now with these guys taking so much damage. I just have to net Khalida down so she can't cast a spell on me. But other than that, I think we're good. Good old capture point secured. Man, I really love the Chaos Knights, though. I can't believe they actually just stuck around for the entire fight. If it wasn't for those Chaos Knights distracting, like, all of his cavalry, this would have been so bad for me, man. Never appreciated them more. And there's a crazy heal for Nakari. Glorious. Khalida's on the run. And it appears we have won. Yeah, the whole no single entities Tomb Kings playstyle that's catching on. We have managed to defeat it. Though it was a spicy fight indeed. But the fact that we were able to win it even with a big old single entity definitely shows that we have something going on here. And the great Nakari just hiding away though is so sad. It is sad and embarrassing. Can I get a rampage on Khalida? Yeah, her melee defense helped against Nakari so much. All right. Oh, she still got the shot off. Insane. Dude, Khalida actually goated. There you go. There's a big old Nakari charge, though. There's no way. No one's surviving that 3 times in a row. Nakari got that melee attack. Oh my god, he's gonna actually kill Nakari. I forgot to disrupt his archers. That's kind of my B, actually. After all that babysitting of Nakari, I just throw him away. Like it's a nothing. Such is life. You know, you can't win a game without throwing a lord, right? Alright, anyways. Yo, I can't believe how tanky she is, man. 60 melee defense. Crazy. Insane. Oh, man. It's a good thing we kept Nakari alive long enough for me to still win, though. Them capture points doing great. And I think the cultists are definitely something I'm going to mix in, especially versus these types of playstyles. Yeah, I know. Twice I charged them in with the Archer Spear support. I knew the game was pretty won anyways, though. So, like, you know, might as well try to kill Khalida. But honestly, it's just excuses at this point, right? Shoulda actually killed her. I do like killing his caster, though, like twice in a row. That was pretty funny. You can see the double hero. 878 and 576 plus their summons. Definitely well worth the money spent. Chaos Knights. Chaos Knight Lances actually cooked this game. 1655 value on the Chaos Knights. What an extraordinary hard carry. And a fun tech against future Tomb Kings plays. Khalida got 1400. Sniping Nakari all game. Caster only got 500 though. The cultists hard carried by killing the caster so quickly. Because he was an infantry character, so the bonus versus infantry just slapped him around. And then the Ushapti, yeah, the Ushapti are the big menaces versus Forsaken. You have to be super careful about them. Casualty difference is nasty. Yeah, I just had the Forsaken as my infantry. Everything else was cavalry. Fiends of Slaanesh versus the Ushapti was interesting, but I don't think they're the perfect unit here. Exalted Demonettes, nice value. They only did okay. Yeah, I think you do actually need to take Chaos Knights to beat Ushapti. Maybe? Sounds like a weird counter, but 800 gold knights, 120 armor, devastating charge. Why lances? Because, yeah, devastating flanker. Doubles their charge bonus when they're hitting the flank. So, in theory, it should make them way better. But it's all theory. Like, I don't actually know. They did make them cheaper, though. So, like, can we just do a quick test? So what if I take normal Chaos Knights? And then the elite Chaos Knights versus Tomb Kings? Wouldn't Furies work against anti-infantry Ushapti? I think the Furies would just crumble before the Tomb Kings do, because undead crumbling is way slower. I'm surprised you didn't bring a Nehakara caster. It's a new RTK like meta thing. So someone in RTK beat me with Khalida. I think it was own goal. Yeah, it was own goal in the grand finals. Beat me with Khalida and a light caster. When I was playing Warriors of Chaos, and it's definitely an RTK trend where you just bring both. I don't think it actually holds up in the long run. I don't respect it that much, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. Now, we're going to see the difference between lances and non-lances. You can see the damage is quite middling. Wow. Yeah, honestly, even with the... I had to try the lances because they did buff them. Okay, you know, it is there. They take so much more damage, though. These guys have plus 12 melee defense. In the end, by the time they crumble, it's actually fairly similar. So I guess if you want more DPS, you go for these guys. If you want more tankiness, you go for these guys. They're the same price and they're close enough where I guess there isn't that much of a big difference now. Yeah, so they will trade faster. They will trade faster. So I guess overall, because you're generally trying to DPS it, probably do take the lances. 12 melee defense though. I guess if you cycle charge too, so the more you can charge with them, the better. You know what? Maybe, yeah, you know, I think maybe you do go for lances and just try to charge more. The double the charge bonus is jokes, but you know, like what's the difference between 88 charge bonus and 160? I guess it's 80 charge bonus. It's 80 more damage per hit early on. 80 more damage on the charge. So maybe try against Dowie. Sure. So let's just test them against something like super tanky and see what a cycle charging looks like. I think impact damage is affected by it. Yeah, I guess plus 72. If you just want to do the math. Test chosen whips. I did earlier today. I'm not a huge fan. I believe they suck. Okay, so Norgrimlings. So these guys over here, right? They're chunky fellows. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. I don't need threat analysis. Let's take a look at this. So with cycle charging, what are you looking at? Honestly, that's a pretty big difference. Yeah, no, that's a huge difference. That's a 900 damage difference for 150 HP. So yeah, they do their job, right? If you just want more damage, if you just want more deeps, you go for the lance variant, and it will be a noticeable amount more deeps. But you have to get the charges with them. In a grind, they're gonna perform way less. And then now that these guys are facing in the right direction, I'm not getting my devastating flanker, I think. It's kind of awkward, but interesting. Yeah, honestly, Chaos Knight Lances of Slaanesh, legitimate unit for light cavalry. I see. I see. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. So legitimately, I think Chaos Knight Lances of Slaanesh are a very good tech pick for some situations. Otherwise, I think you're still mostly spamming Hellstriders. But there's some builds that are just trying to hard counter Hellstriders. Well, use it to counter light cavalry, and they'll counter the light cavalry like no one's business. Because the thing is, the lighter cavalry, especially the more mid-range light cavalry, they can bully Hellstriders. You gotta be careful. Or did I call them? I said that the 4 light cavalry. The Chaos Knights of Slaanesh, they're supposed to deal with light cavalry. That's what I'm saying. Oh, did I call them they're pretty good light cavalry? Is that what I said? Did I miss a word? I think I might have missed a word. Yeah, no, obviously this is elite cavalry. I'm not crazy. Not yet. So the great thing about them is that you can speed buff them times 1,000,000. And another great thing is that a lot of people aren't prepared for such a unit type. I still don't know what you're supposed to do against monstrous infantry though as Slaanesh. If I was up against Lizardmen, and let's say it's once again going to be like, oh no, it's Lizardmen and they've brought Sacred Croxagores, right? Is this cavalry good enough to beat monstrous infantry? I think that's the big thing. Because usually everyone's bringing monstrous infantry with magic damage now. And it's actually kind of working, so Let's take a look. Marauder Horseman DPS is not high enough to really chunk through it. Let's just see a front charge with the Night Lances. Let's see here. Honestly, not the worst for just a raw, flat charge in the face. Because I'm pretty sure Fiends would do worse here, right? And then a big old rear charge. Rear charge gets the work done. Although it is still kind of close. They hold for a long while. Yeah, it's, you know, it's not the best. It's not the best. They have Dazed too. Dang. So how do Fiends do? Yeah, it's almost a flat trade. These Croxagores cost 200 gold. No, 300 gold more. So it would be an up trade. Now, how do Fiends do? They cost 100 gold less. You had no speed on that charge. I think you don't need that much speed. You don't need that much distance to get a good charge off. Seekers and Fiends not cook. I'm worried that they're magic damage, but let's just see. Just a Fiend of Slaanesh. Will they outperform? Dang, their knockback is insane. Okay, yeah, so if you want to deal with monstrous infantry, you just bring the Fiends. Oh my god, it's the dumbest Fiend ever. You just get the Fiends going. The disengage was not pretty, but yeah, if we're just talking a raw fight, they're gonna be much less protected. They're probably gonna get shot up, but not the worst. They do lose though, but for a cheaper price than the Knights, Fiends are not a terrible option. It's good to see that the Knights actually compete against the Fiends though, because they'll also be more defended against archers. What does 2 Seekers do? This is 1,000, or this is 2,000 gold. Fiends actually don't deal with monstrous infantry better than the Chaos Knights, it turns out. This, though. This, however, should be better. So let's just get a raw Seeker charge. Classic, classic. You get 2 Seekers of Slaanesh. You just charge them in the face. You don't even need to flank. Okay, yeah, Seekers take the cake. By a mile. Wow. Can you do that with 1 Seeker of Slaanesh? I swear, if Seekers of Slaanesh are just still OP and I should have been running them, that's my bad. They are much squishier than the other ones. But if they're gonna win the fight, who cares? Hellstrider Fury combo like Cathay? Maybe? I'll give it a shot. So if you just YOLO 1 Seeker, like you just don't care, they take half of their HP off. So you do have to be a little careful, but that's pretty good. That's honestly pretty good. I might just stick with Seekers and then take the heavy cavalry to deal with skinks and such. Let's see what else you got. The Exalted Secret Chariot. All right. Can you get more budget? What if you go for a Hellstrider and Furies and get that sick rear charge with the Furies? Will that be enough to defeat them? Massive Money does have a bubble. All the Slann will have bubbles to keep them around, so in a vacuum, this will look better than it will actually play out, but we must know. So you get the Hellstriders to be the front line, and then you just sick them with Furies. How good are Furies here at killing off the Dread Croxagores? Let's say you leave them in the fight. And oh yeah. If they stick around, the Furies just die. The Furies are only good after they've been worn down a bit, and they can guarantee get the kill. It's not the worst, but it's also not too pretty either. Heart Seekers? Ooh, okay. Really trying out different units here that I haven't played around with much. So let's try, yeah, let's try both. Croxagores got buffed too, right? Sacred Croxagores. They got an extra 2 melee attack and 2 charge bonus. So it's kind of unfortunate. Okay, Raw Heartseeker Charge. It's a very expensive unit. But my goodness, do they do damage. Leave them in combat though, not nearly as pretty. Cycle charge with them. And okay, all right. And the winner goes to Heartseekers for the most efficient victory against Croxagores. Wow. Okay, so if you just want raw killing power, if you want something dead, Eternal Entourage are insane. I can't believe I wrote these guys off earlier. They have the deeps to almost just fully kill off the unit with their first charge. And this is without buffs too. That's what you call feasting. How do normal Heartseekers do? So Eternal Entourage are the same price. They're slightly cheaper. Wow. Holy. So all Heartseekers annihilate here. Who cares that they have magic damage? Okay, they barely did not win there, but with the second charge. But the third charge gets it done. So yeah, if you just want to kill monstrous units, Heartseekers are the way. 1400 gold. It's not too bad as long as you can make sure that you keep them safe. So like, I think legit you could do a Slaanesh build with like elite cavalry, Chaos Knight Lances to kill off the archers, and then Heartseekers to kill off the rest. So if they're spamming archers, these guys are insane. And if it's just melee, these guys will kill everything. It was a front charge too. They didn't even devastating flank. You guys want to see what a devastating flanker charge looks like for these guys? Yeah, and basic Heartseekers are 300 gold less. This is enlightening. I'm going to become an even better Slaanesh player. Furies with Hysterical Frenzy. Okay, it's actually pretty funny what you can do with Hysterical Frenzy. I might try it one day. Let's take a look here. This is a rear charge with Eternal Entourage. Oh my god, what a charge. Okay, I gotta use this unit more. What have I been doing all my life? Are you telling me I've been playing Slaanesh without the most goated cavalry in the game? What the crap is this? This is insane. They have perfect vigor. Soul Scent. I've been sandbagging myself with Slaanesh this whole time. What the crap, for the cost of 2 Forsaken? That was disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Okay, all right. So, yo, what if I what if we give him Hysterical Frenzy? Let's see here. How disgusting can we make this? How good is Hysterical Frenzy even? It's a lot of melee attack. It might actually get them just over the edge. It's a terrible day for everyone not Slaanesh. Yo, Slaanesh is my favorite faction, man. I really hope they don't stay perma-nerfed, because the mobility plays into how we do things so well. So Hysterical Frenzy is a 28-second buff. It has a really good range. And if we do this, then it's actually about the same. Wow, yeah, Hysterical Frenzy doesn't really matter much. They've mostly been working with the charge bonus. It's actually about the same. Wow, that's disappointing. Furies with Hysterical Frenzy, though. Yeah, let's see. Maybe 2 Furies and Hysterical Frenzy. Perfection is our pursuit. I love Slaanesh, but they need to be more glass cannon. Honestly, the Chosen are so weird. If they were DPS Chosen, If whips were less about melee defense and more about, you know, killing off light infantry, it'd be so much better. Okay, hysterical frenzy on the Furies. So let's take a look-see. Wait, overcasting it only extends the effect duration? A what? A ripoff. All right, hysterical frenzy on one Fury. Let's give it a go. So there's the charge. Let's not use acquiescence just yet. And hysterical frenzy's not the worst. It did get them to half HP. So in a pinch, right? Like what do normal Furies do without hysterical frenzy? They do about the same. Wow. Okay, yeah. So that amount of HP, that's about how much hysterical frenzy did. It does about 1/8 of their HP and damage, which is to say it's not the most exciting thing in the world. There's some stuff you can do with it though. Pavane doesn't do any damage, not when they're low entities. Good to know. I think next round is starting too. Hell yeah. Gotta keep winning. Do not refresh. Doing admin. Oh crap, I refreshed. Whoops. Furies are just good in general. But yeah, every build I gotta have the Eternal Entourage. What a sleeper agent. I've seen people run them before. I've seen them do well. I've just never seen them cook so hard. Yo, anyone know if exalted secret chariots are good? What if I use them as like a weird wacko single entity? They're kind of like mammoths, right? If their charge bonus is good enough. 75 charge bonus, right? So look at this. 75 charge bonus, 450 weapon strength, armor piercing. A lot of people would say that's pretty good, right? They actually have the mass to get through there. They knocked him down. Wow. Come on, beat him up. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, go get him. You know, they do have the mass and knockdown Croxagores. They are unfortunately not cooking very hard though. Yeah, something about how their attacks work out is not actually dealing damage. It's kind of sad. Dude, Slaanesh chariots. They really got to buff Slaanesh chariots. They do look cool though. They look very cool. Ah, hell yeah. We're in round 4. Let's go. Test them versus infantry. I think they're okay versus infantry. But it's they're not a multi-entity chariot, which is a bit of a problem. So they don't really do as well. Okay, so we're still gonna need more wins to climb up. If I can just get the 2 more wins though, it's not the end of the world. We can probably still make it. I matched into Karav there. I matched into Karav there. Yo, hell yeah. Also, they do okay versus infantry. Oh man, Intern wants to cast our game. Oh my lord. Here we go. This is a dream come true. Dude, here we go. Here we go. All right. Give me your worst, Craft here. Give me your worst. What map are we looking at here? So we're in the round 4 maps. All right. Who's top bracket? Oh, this is so cool, man. Viewer battles with Anticity. Let's see here. Edge of the Darkwood. Whirling Maelstrom. And Itza. Alright. And Itza. All right, I'll leave the screen blocker up just in case you decide to stay in chat. Then that way you can hang out and we can actually talk. You don't have to leave. You don't have to leave the chat. There's a stream delay anyways. Stick around if you dare. Crush the child. Oh man. Alrighty. So we know he's a fan of the balloon build. We know this man likes balloons. You should have in the title that you are world champion. Helps people discover you. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do it just because people keep suggesting it. We'll see. We'll see. You know what? Sure, why not? We'll stick it in. We'll stick it in. There you go. Okay, so Terran's casting. So we know that he likes the balloon build. We know he likes the balloon build. Is he actually gonna stick with it or what? We will see. I'm gonna run Pavane though. He said that he actually prefers if I run Pavane against his Slaanesh. World #1 ranked killer. Let's see here. Okay, Whirling Maelstrom. We're playing on the new map. Hell yeah. So yeah, the way to counter the balloon build is to just capture a lot of points. Capture a whack load of points. And then you're already in a fairly good position. Don't get shot to pieces by them. Yeah, world champ. Okay, world #1's a little better. All right, fine. World #1. World #1. Worlds. World #1. World top. World number. I don't know. Does world #1. Slaanesh updated. Best in world plays. Or no, grand champion. Grand #1 grand champion. World #1 in brackets. I don't know. These all seem kind of weird, man. It doesn't like. I'm not bragging. I'm just reading what Twitch chat's telling me to do. World #1 plays. All right, sure. I don't know. We'll try this. We'll try this. You can let me know how it feels. Who knows? Maybe the viewership will just like into the ceiling. Let's see. So I do want some Marauder Horsemen. I gotta be careful he doesn't just go for like a normal like Cathay build and just kill us. Always have to be a little wary of that. But we shall also not overkill on many of my dudes either. So you know, Heartseekers are great. I really want to try this. I really want to try that. And then we take 2 of these guys. And then I guess it's mostly a build. It's basically there. He's gonna have some cavalry and such, some Jade Lancer shenanigans. But I don't think they'll be the biggest issue in the world. So let's ready up. Let's see what he has cooking. Prince and champion plays. Champion of the people. All right. He 100% takes the Dune Dragons. 10,000% for sure. So Whirling Maelstrom looks like it's actually a fairly small map potentially with the choke point. Good luck, have fun. Is he gonna go the D-Gen build or is he gonna go normal build? If Karaftir wins this, he's making history, man. He's making history, so I'm gonna try hard this. No lord throw, no nothing. We're on the big screen. Need a Cetra-esque title for yourself. Number 1 champion. Number 1 champion again. Twice over. The Kraken King. Melmo. Alright. Why does this map look like a foot? Doesn't look like it when you get in. And it is a very large map, which is gonna hurt Crafter quite a bit unless he's cooked up some crazy shenanigans. So we brought the usual. Exalted Keeper of Secrets. The Bringer. I can't roll my tongue like he does. We have our usual infantry corps. Crafter has 8 units. Interesting. Ready. Give me your worst. Yeah, Melmo, my old StarCraft 1 username before I decided it was not the greatest. Here we go. I feel like, ooh, look how spinny it is, huh? This should have counted as like a forest cover, you know? I feel like that would be cool. Circular points. Yo, I love how there's a consistency thing. People who make Tzeentch maps tend to make circular points. I don't know if you're forced to when you make a Tzeentch map, but I'm pretty sure every Tzeentch map I've seen is circular. There he is. He's gone for the Dragon Guard build. He's gone for the Dread build. The Strange build. So, yeah, we capture the points. We chill. Make sure I don't lose all my dudes to the balloons. If he splits them up, it'll help, though. Is he gonna turn fire here or what? I guess we'll see. Only one way to find out. Oh, nope. He's just normal firing. Oh. Eee. Woo! Oh, shoots at the Forsaken! You sneaky dog! You sly dog, you! Alright, Crafty, I see what you're putting down. Chaos Knight's got to back up. Those bullets are actually kind of hurting. Oh, the jukes! Give him the jukes! There we go. Alright, so looks like he's going for a little bit of a split seize, eh? Interesting. Lots of those guys. This is not the worst point in time to go for a bunch of Marauder Horsemen. We're doing pretty good with the Dodgerinos. And this little character here is going to make his life so much harder. They did recently get buffed. And it will make things so difficult. A little bit of jukes. Continue. We have our Marauder Horsemen here, ready to get work done. Let's make sure he doesn't capture that point. He has Crowmen, though. All right. Forsaken versus Celestial Dragon Guard? No, thank you. That sounds like a terrible time. And I think he'll probably be able to get this first point, yeah. Unless... So those are just Jade Warrior Halberds. So I can do a little bit of a hot swap over here. Bring in the Horsemen, maybe. My Lord will be fine. We're just going to use this for literally just a little bit of raw damage on the Celestial Dragon Guard. And we're going to roll in with the Horsies. So he's already trying to run with his Lord here. Doesn't want him to just die. While my Lord over here is going around to crush this area. One of his balloons is a little out of position. It's going to hurt him quite a bit. I don't want to hard commit here, though. As that could be very bad for my Marauder Horsemen. Yeah, a lot of damage has been taken. A lot of damage. But I do have my Lord in here, finally. Alright. So first things first, Demonettes. Demonettes are in, baby. There you go. There's the Rampage. We have all of our boys moving on in. And we just have to hold now, right? Lord's getting a lot of damage. Marauder Horsemen are doing their jobs. He does have more Crowmen though, which is going to be a little bit of an issue. He's holding well. Hold. Gonna need Furies to deal with these guys. I do have my Chaos Knights here though, so they'll be able to cook. Little fighter over here is doing great. And there's the Rampage to take him out. And at some point the barrage will end. He doesn't have that much damage. You can actually fight yeah, no, I want her in here. All right, where are my Furies at? Yeah, they're doing all right. They actually can't fight his Lord, really. Nor can they really fight the balloon. This is kind of awkward, but yeah, we're just gonna park them in there. Should be fine. Fighting's going well. Most of the Marauder Horsemen are alive. And my Knights are in. Big old charge. If I kill off the Crowmen, there's no more Harmony, and then everything else should go down. Let's start building up that passive over there. And yeah, see the bait? So I have some Exalted Demonettes to kill these Celestial Dragon Guard as soon as they get a little bit too far away. There's a Plague of Rust, though. Little fighter over there. He's trying to kill off my Lord. Jeez, it's kind of working. Okay, Exalted Demonettes for the Dragon Guard. Oh, yeah, they have extra capture weight now. I forgot about that. Ooh, that's actually going to be rather painful. Demonette should do okay, at least. Come on, Big Pavane. Okay, I have a Rampage and a net. That should be good enough. Yeah, there he goes with some Lancers. All right. At least we killed his little pesky caster here, and all his infantry are in disarray. Looks like my guys will be able to return from the pavaning. Very nice. And over yonder. Yeah, he is going to be able to capture that point, sadly. Not a whole lot we can really do about that. At least we have his little character over there gone. And his Crowmen are taking a lot of deeps. So that ain't too bad. We will have to re-secure the point, though. Losing it was definitely a big misplay.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Oh, dang. All right. So, yo, my Lord's actually in a little bit of an awkward situation right now. Yeah, if we can kill his caster, we're fine, though. There's a little bit of a Rampage. Should get it done. Then if I bring in my super elite boys, I think we're goodies. Oh, crap. He got the final transmutation on me. That's pretty painful. We can't afford to lose our Lord now. That would be so bad. That would be so incredibly bad. Looks like his Crowmen are dying, though. And the point is now going in my favor. Wondrous. All right. So he has a bunch of balloons, and that's about it. Boy Caraft here is going to have to make some plays. But without a lot of ammunition on these guys, it's going to be painful. I do have yet another Pavane coming up very soon. A little bit of healing over there, working out for me. Those are peasant horsemen, not a big deal. We fight that. Then we're gonna use our sick extra capture weight now to hard carry. I actually think we just do summon in more horsemen. For now. Looks like he's not capturing that point. There we go. There go the horsemen. There go the Crowmen. And yeah, this map's just too big for the build to work, right? He's almost completely out of options now. Yeah, my Exalted Demonettes have actual capture weight, but his Dragon Guard got a lot of work done. They got a lot of work done on me while I was kept busy, sadly. And there goes his caster. Definitely they want to cast another final transmutation. And to that I say, screw that business. Alright, so he's desummoning his balloons now. I could try to snipe the middle while he's still a little occupied. Because he just got rid of his balloons, so. Behold, the Eternal Entourage. Eternal Entourage are going to be sick here, man. They're going to be so good. So all I really have to do is rampage these guys. I know they have spell resist, but it'll still be good for me. And then we just go for a big ol' fat collapse on them. There you go. Come on. Come on, turn around. I know you want to. He's just holding there. He really doesn't want to get eternal entourage. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, Jesus, silence. Very important there. And eternal entourage are cooking. Let's get this in. I gotta kill off that character before he gets the big old final transmutation. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, we're good. Exalteds are here. And then if we just use my Marauder Horsemen to cook them up while saving my Lord, I think we'll be okay. Definitely a little bit scary at times, but that little capture over there is going to make life incredibly difficult for him now. And that's a very expensive unit of Crowmen to lose to the Eternal Entourage. There we go. There we go. A little bit of Lord Snipe. Yeah, I was waiting for the balloon desummon. As soon as the balloons is like, as soon as they stop barraging, life gets so much better for these guys. Does get that point though. But he just lost everything. No more Dune whatevers. It's all over. There goes his little Lord that's been plonking away at me for the past forever. Nice. And we've done it. We've weathered the storm. We've weathered the storm of Caravdir. What a terrifying matchup he's turned this one into. If you don't know how to play this matchup, he will win against you. It is only a matter of time. Great value lead though, at least. Yeah, Slaanesh's army abilities really don't build up at all here, do they? There's his... He really wants to kill my Lord with final transmutation. He really, really wants to kill my Lord. His Lord's still alive too, which is a little awkward. Okay, let's actually shut down the Harmony first by killing the Crowmen. That's a good start. It's a very good start. This guy's just chilling. Leave my Lord alone, man. Yeah, he's never gonna leave my Lord alone. There we go. We got his Lord. I like how I play unreasonably harder against Caravdir just because he's a viewer. I don't know why. I don't know why I do this to him. But yeah, no final transmutation for you, good sir. And then we're gonna net ya. And then we're gonna army wipe ya. Great success. Greatest success. Slaanesh can still use their army abilities indeed. Alright. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that charge bonus, man. 180 charge bonus versus the Alchemist. You got shredded by these guys, man. Absolute shredding on her. Holy. Gotta love the new Chaos Knights. GG. Well played, man. Honestly, I was playing pretty sweaty that game, and I also had my counter build prepared. God. Caravdir the GOAT. The GOAT of Cathay, though. I will say. It's so nice to see him playing in tournaments. Well played, well played. He got my cult. If he used enough final transmutations to kill my cultists, it would have been pretty sus. Chaos Knights were amazing. Oh my god, yeah, Chaos Knights are amazing. Eternal Entourage does great. And man, the Exalted Demonettes did good there against his Celestial Dragon Guard. I just never gave him a good fight. The balloons with 2k value, though? Honestly, it's so okay. If the balloons can get 2k value, He just needs anything that will remotely evenly trade into a Slaanesh ground game. They both got 2k and a D summon at full HP. In theory, that's insanity value. It's just everything else was kind of dying. So maybe you like pull off a crazy Cav max? Your first tournament back, Turin casts you. You play versus Charix. You play versus me. Oh my gosh. Oh, he cast your games twice. Yeah, against Charix too. Oh my goodness. GG, well played, man. I think the Chaos Knights can still use a cost decrease. When you're comparing them to Heartseekers, Heartseekers are just better. But as a utility piece, as a cavalry unit that is there to grind, they will grind. They have an insane HP and armor difference. Like 33% more HP, more than 75% armor resist. Glad you didn't. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Yo, eventually they'll buff Cathay enough, right? Eventually Cathay has to be buffed enough. Man, the double balloon though. Oh man. I think if you go like a Cav Max, maybe? If you can go a Cav Max and bring magic. Because okay, you do have to kill my lord, but the balloons can actually slowly chip them down. So like, what if you bring magic just to win the Cav fights? You do have to keep your Chroman alive from Pavane. But I think it's almost there, man. I think it's legit almost there. Knights have about 3 to 4x as much effective HP as Heartseekers. Yeah, it's... Well, okay. Actually that much? Maybe against a non-armor piercing. Against armor piercing, it's going to be way worse for them. But it's still a pretty nice bonus. Oh. Alright, so I think there's still 2 more rounds in this tournament. So I have a lot of time to try and catch up. In the docket right now, if we take a look, I am in 4th place. But most people haven't finished their matches yet, so... Did the bracket just get nuked? No, we're good. It was just loading. Woo. Yeah, so I think 1 more win and I'm probably in a safe place for semis. Well, I guess I probably have to get 2 more wins. Although I don't know how many people have 3 wins here. There's a lot of people with 3 wins. I see. My opponent points are not bad. Charix and Opal Bear. Whoa, Opal Bear has been crushing it. Opal Bear's farming me opponent points. Hell yeah. Did Charix drop a game? Charix has not dropped a game. He's playing against Boss Toss. I imagine Boss Toss is about to drop a game. Though you never know. He's playing Warriors of Chaos. What's KOS? Keeper of Secrets? Oh yeah, I haven't tried out the normal Keeper of Secrets. I really like the Regiment of Renown Keeper. The vanilla Keeper is... It feels kind of similar to just like the Soul Grinder. So like this one has Feasting on Fear though. It heals 0.4. Up to 0.4 per second. It's so much better, man. But you definitely need it for the right matchups. And then you have... Yeah, I think I'd just rather have the Marquis of Masochism. The healing is way too good. I would say in a situation where you just need the raw deeps and not the sustain healing, maybe you go for this guy. Man, Feasting on Fear is so good though, man. Oh, Feasting on Fear is so good. What does this guy have? Acquiescence and Lash, 2 uses. See, sometimes you do need 2. 1 Lord cannot outduel all the single entities in the game. I'd be careful about making such confident statements, Sakara. This guy is like legit insanely good versus a faction like Vampire Count. and definitely worth the money you put in. Like, he's just bringing a second lord. Like, who wouldn't run 2 Lewins, you know? Or 2 Alberics? Just straight up, you get a whole extra lord with free spells. 1 million damage, 73 melee attack. His stats are better than your lord, right? With more leadership, more melee attack. Misses out on the anti-large, but yeah, I think even against ogres, it's a hard maybe. But yeah, I think there's just not as many factions bringing a ton of single entities versus you. Most people are not going to try and duel Slaanesh in a single entity fight. But against a Shredder of Lustria, absolutely I'm going to take this guy. Yeah, the stat bonus is so good. I think I'm going to swear off the Soul Grinder again, by the way. After seeing the Soul Grinder, it just doesn't feel like it hits the same way that this guy does. And I will bring a Keeper of Secrets if I feel like I should try to not overkill on the single entities. This game's balanced around players only with 100 APM. Yes and no. I would say the APM that you need to play Warhammer well is like you can get most of the value off of a cavalry corps with, I think you can do it with like 50 APM. You don't have to be that fast. I got to Masters in StarCraft with 50 APM, all right? So I was playing Protoss, mind you. But if that's anything, then I think Warhammer, you don't need to be that fast. So yeah. The thing is, it is balanced around having pretty good cavalry and chariot control. So like, let's say StarCraft, right? You can get most of your value out of your units by A moving, right? Maybe you do a little bit of blink stalker micro. It's pretty cool, right? If you don't micro your cavalry in this game, they will die. It's like you brought an infestor, but you can't use its abilities, right? They will be so suboptimal in campaign unless you actually have a pretty good amount of micro. And even then, they're about the same efficiency as infantry. In that sense, CA has definitely balanced the game where your casual players probably aren't having that much fun with cavalry in single player. So yeah, and I think that's a little bit of a problem. How do you balance that? I don't know. You can probably just get more like cavalry buffs in campaign via tech trees or something. Make it like a pretty easy to research tech. And then yeah, they might become OP in the hands of a good player, but like, it's campaign. Anything's OP in the hands of a good player in campaign. There are some factions that pull it off well too, yeah. But like Seekers of Slaanesh will crumble away so fast in single player. It's a shame. Sigvald title, thank you, Last Verdict. Chat told me to. Chat said I was supposed to sell myself better. Yeah, I think Total War is a really non-attack move friendly game. Hey, what's up, Mad? I'm just gonna call you Mad, just to be safe. But yeah, I think yeah, it's so much easier at a low level to A move. Like in StarCraft, like, you know, carrier death ball A move, instant victory, right? Even in here, if you just A move, they might like chase a target that's routing and then they get a ton of free hits in. You want units to not be held back by animations? Dude, it's so baked into the game. Although, foot characters not getting knocked around more helps a lot. Animations played a big part in knocking units around before. So the fact that foot characters will actually stand their ground, that's gonna be quite the joy in the days to come. Yo, is Charix gonna make it to the finals? It's getting pretty late for him, isn't he? Charix is European, right? Can I sneak my way into the finals just by having a ton of free time? Which faction are you playing at the moment? We're playing Slaanesh. The fastest, highest DPS, quite possibly the strongest faction in the game right now. Known for being incredibly weak in land battle and single player at times. But in domination multiplayer, they are amazing. Some of the best units: Exalted Keeper, Regiment of Renowned Keeper, Forsaken. Chaos Knights are okay. Heartseekers are amazing. Seekers are amazing. Hellstriders are amazing. Exalted Demonettes are amazing. And Cultists are okay. We're testing them out because they got buffed. Most of your challenge in multiplayer comes from Creative Assembly not explicitly stating the stats. You have a hard time understanding. Yeah, there's still hidden stats like attack speed on melee infantry units. They show it on range units, but great weapon infantry, I think, they tend to have slower attack speeds than others. Model sizes are also inconsistent. So you have model sizes for chariots, different model sizes for infantry, which will vastly affect their performance. So the only way you can learn is by trial and error. Charge speed. Oh my god, charge speed's the weirdest. You put a slow on a unit, charge speed just negates it entirely. A lot of weird stuff. A lot of people don't know about the whole, like, if a unit routes 3 times, they become shattered. That's why trolls are really weak. Most units don't route multiple times in a battle, but trolls do. Knights Errant being called anti-infantry and Knights of the Realm being called anti-large. Yeah, that's this tooltip. So there's so much like old UI, right? Like this stuff has been in the game for so long and you shouldn't trust it. These guys used to have anti-infantry. They don't anymore, yet it says anti-infantry. Confusion? That is only the beginning. Wait until you run into aquatics. Yeah, honestly, the funniest thing is you will probably like learn more about how to use a unit by reading the flavor text than this, because at least the flavor text doesn't trick you. It's pretty brutal. Okay, maybe not actually. It's not very useful at all, but this is actively hindering you most of the time. Enthralling attacks can stay the hand of those on the receiving end. Yeah, no, never mind. We're going back to the flavor text. This is way better. Hey, Ragnarok, what's up? Yeah, no, there's so many instances where, like, I don't know, there's like dodge. Yes. Ah, yes, dodge. Is it part of this? I don't see an ability called dodge here. Dodge is blades and missiles. So you're like, okay, I guess they have missile resist? No, it's referring to the physical resist. Confusion. Massive amounts of confusion everywhere. All right, we're up against hobo honkers. Feel like every tournament I play, we see hobo honkers. But he should be fun to play against. He's playing Nurgle. I am playing Slaanesh. They are not the same at all. Who's top bracket? Poor Nurgle. Hey, did he get buffed? He's gonna run Uncle Furuncle. Chat, if enough people in chat ask DM Hobo Honkers, alright, don't actually, but if enough people DM up to bring Uncle Furuncle, he might have a chance to win this game yet. Let's play Ambush. We're playing Imperial Ambush. Plague Drones got buffed, Spawn got buffed, Beast of Nurgle got a little bit more damage. Great Unclean Ones and Furuncle got cheaper. Toad Dragon. Yeah, Nurgle's still Nurgle unless Plague Drones pop off here. I think that's the only way he pulls it out here. Pulls it off. I've been using that text forever. Oh no, Ragnarok, no. You've been using the UI that Creative Assembly, the developers of the game, provided you? Well, I'm happy to say you've been getting screwed. Beast of Nurgle has immune to flanking. Holy crap, hard counter. Oh my god. Alright, so Nurgle. Are the cultists of Slaanesh gonna be good here? Are the Chaos Knights gonna be good? Probably not. All things considered, probably not. I think the biggest thing that we gotta do is we need to not lose our Lord. How vanilla. How absolutely vanilla. Yeah, I gotta keep my Lord alive. That's just every game. If he brings Kugath, I should not try and sick Nakari on Kugath. That seems like a pretty good start, yeah? After that, if he brings a sniping character with Rancid Visitations, Nakari should also stay miles away. If he brings Stream of Corruption, okay, yeah, Exalted Demonette should probably stay back. Yeah, I gotta be careful about the Exalted Plague Bearers. Those guys are actually pretty spooky if they can get their volley off. Is this a matchup where Chosen are actually good? Probably not. Too much armor piercing on this faction. Angels of Decay though will be spooky, but we can make them land. And as soon as it landed, I think we are fine. I have a pretty decent starting army. He's playing Nurgle. In theory, this is the most one-sided shebang ever. So why do I feel fear? Is there... What's he gonna bring? What if he goes like a crazy single entity build? And then he brings like Kaizek and he hunts down Nakari like no one's business. Do we lose in that instance? It's kind of hard to tell. I don't know. It'd be pretty jokes if he actually manages to kill Nakari. It's impossible though, right? You should be fine. We should be fine. Just gotta capture all the points, split them up, the huge. Kind of surprised there aren't more flying units of Slaanesh. I feel like more flying would be good. Definitely to counter air cheese. They just gotta make their cavalry a little bit less crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot. People love the banners. Let's go Exquisite Pain since we're playing against Nurgle. That seems about right. But yeah, I think Slaanesh, they don't need to be a ranged faction. I think 4 Marauder Horsemen is enough because vampire counts already have that. I really hope they don't just, you know, if they give them Marauder Javelins, do I really want Slaanesh to just be another Norska? Fear the Thunder Barge. That one's pretty spooky, but Furies thankfully can still kill it. A lot of the reason because of that is because range units have a hard time shooting the Furies that are surrounding it. So this is kind of a weird build. Ready? Good luck, have fun. It's a strange build. But Yeah, it's kind of how the money worked out. Nakari has Willing Prey, Mega Debuff. And then I have Pavane of Slaanesh. So he could go triple Death Head start. We can capture the points pretty good though. Slaanesh is a winged god, actually, dang. Okay, it's Marauder Horseman. Who DM'd Hobo Honkers? Who did it? Now I feel bad, man. It was... Oh, the humanity. Oh, jeez. You just want me to bully him. My horsemen have longer range than his horsemen too, by the way. That's the best part. And they're Axor, so they throw in massive arcs like that. Prepare to die, wee horseman. Prepare to eventually face the rampaging. Let's see here. You know what? I'll give him the fight. Not so much that we just throw here, but I'll give him the fight. No rancid visitations. Very good. There you go. Nakari with the routes. And yeah, I did bring a Keeper of Secrets here. They should do pretty good. Come on, Keeper. They're a Keeper. Or I just bring in the Eternal Entourage. Keeper's more fun though. Let's get him in. Let's get him in here. Should work out exquisitely. And then we just let him overextend. This is a great map for mobility factions, by the way. Massive charge on the doggos. Let's just debuff him. Get that out of the way. And then the Keeper is in. Keeper of Secrets is now cooking. Doggos have routed off. And the Nurglings be crumbling. Nakari's about to get a massive heal. So, Exalted Demonettes versus a Great Unclean One. That tells me it's probably bad, but I actually kind of wonder if he dies to this or not. One wonders. Seems like so far he's actually, yeah, he's kind of dying. He's kind of dying. It's not the prettiest thing in the world. And now he's going to be ultra dying. Rip. Turns out Slaanesh does indeed have pretty good single entities. Keeper of Secrets doing great. I will have another Pavane up. God, this is so sad. He does have the capture points though. That's pretty high. You can't say he doesn't have that. The Exalted Great Unclean One's getting bullied. Furuncle's in the backfield though. He's ready for some vengeance. You know what? He is holding up pretty well against double Exalted, a Keeper, and Nakari. Color me mildly impressed. Oh, he's getting bullied though. And Nakari's about to heal up a storm. Harvester of Souls. Very, very good ability for Nakari. Alright, next up, Uncle Furuncle. The Uncle Furuncle test. Unky Frunky. Can it be done? Can he be defeated?
You have killed an enemy lord.
100%. I have a million horsemen. There's no way. If Uncle Furuncle wins against this, alright, you know, Uncle Furuncle, you might be... He can kill everything instantly in a 30-meter radius around him and not just kill everything else because he's too slow. But I will give him the honor. Alright, if he's gonna bring Uncle Furuncle, he's gonna get stress test in combat. Sad Nurgle noises, absolutely. Alright, Mr. Frunky. Yowza. Gets the Spirit Leech though, that's pretty cool. That's pretty nice. Bring in the boys. Oh, Uncle Furuncle, right? And can he do it? Can the Frunky survive? Come on, Uncle Furuncle, you were made for this. Let's get a little bit of a whip. Oh, hell yeah. Even whipped myself a bit. As Slaanesh is wont to do. And Uncle Furuncle. Unfortunately, he still sucks. Oh, Furuncle, why? Did he even do any damage? The Heartseekers are buffing me up like crazy too, by the way. Especially now that he's crumbling. All right. And he's dead. Pretty brutal. Did he get any value? I can't wait to check his value post-game. He did spawn some Nurglings. They will heal Nakari twice. No, not like this. Oh, crap. Did I kill them before it reset? Nah, it's hard to tell. Imagine the Nurglings. Nakari's just like, ooh, a little bit of popcorn. Yeah, Nakari's having a good time. I didn't even need my army abilities, man. It's brutal. And here come the Nurglings. Regiment of Renown and all. Did I need to net them? No. Absolutely not. How's this Keeper of Secrets doing? Whip them up. Have they been getting value? Yeah, a little bit of value. Yeah, in a situation where you're fighting single entities where Nakari alone might not be enough, the Exalted Keeper definitely helps out. I just kind of worry that the cavalry is also just so perfect that it might just be better to have cavalry, but so be it. And look at those Furies. 0 melee defense. 0 melee defense, 7 melee attack. Amazing. Disgusting even. I think we are enjoying the excess currently. Lots of value on Nakari. Uncle Furuncle got peppered. He says the uncle was a mistake. No. Hey, this guy got 2k value though. That's surprising. He had bile trolls. Interesting. Yeah. Yo, if Uncle Furuncle costs 1,000 gold, he would only just barely have paid for himself. It was not Nurgle time. Absolutely not Nurgle time. Close fight. Oh boy. Dude, 3,381. Nakari does not fool around, man. If he brought Kugath, honestly, the Exalted got a lot of work done. Like, he actually traded into Nakari, surrounded by enemies. He deserved better. All right, so where are we looking at? I think we're in a solid 3rd place right now with all of our opponent points. Yeah, okay. I should be able to make it then. Hey, Brian, thank you so much for the 20. Holy crap. Thank you for bringing a keeper. No problem. Holy crap, man. That's a lot. Thank you, thank you. Nurgle Hero Squad. Hero Squad's probably the best thing you can do, but the backup keeper makes it way harder for him. Isn't Kugath too expensive? He is, yeah. Yeah, and he wouldn't be able to hold more than 1 point. So, like, the only way is you have to go a Hero Squad and just Hail Mary, and maybe you kill the single entities. So I'm thinking, like, you take a Tarmacon on foot, and then you go, like, yeah, and then you get this guy and this guy. And then you go for Rancid Visitations. And you just have to hope that it's gonna be enough. There's not really a whole lot else you can do. Heroic Killing Blow is fine. That might help. And then you take the melee defense. Like, literally, you just have to go all in and hope that it works. Tarmacon is almost unsnipeable, at least. And you still have a decent amount of money left over. Yeah, Rot Knights as Nurgle. If you're not against Slaanesh, always take the Regiment of Renown. Almost always. Normal Rotten Knights are much less exciting. This one's insane though, because it has the Lady's Blessing and it has regen. It also has it's a better version of the Lady's Blessing actually. Oh wait, no, I think it does go away, like the Lady's Blessing, as soon as they route. But they have regen and terror. One of the best units on the roster actually. How many rancid visitations can you get in one game? A good number. I don't know the exact amount though. You know, I was really wondering if Plague Drones would have done well there. Pavane is still really good, by the way. Especially against stuff like Furies. It's a 14 Winds of Magic spell, but it will delete anything in the 700 range. It nukes your Vigor, and then it rampages you. And there's not a whole lot you can do to escape it. You can overcast it to make the rampage last even longer for more damage. Honestly, the overcast is something I might consider more against some of the more elite units, because you're not really paying that much more. You're paying 9 Winds of Magic, but it's double the damage. And it's double the rampage, so it's a death sentence. Death Heads will delete Nakari. Well, you're supposed to Pavane them, right? Now that Pavane is unbanned, Slaanesh is way safer now. In Pavane banned Slaanesh, arrow units that shoot down would crush. How's the short stream day going? Yeah. The whole turn internet issues and all that. Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow will maybe be a short stream. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll have to see. It's so fun playing tournaments. It's also fun just sitting on my butt playing Balatro, you know? Man, the struggles. The struggles that this man has to deal with. Okay, no. I am exaggerating it, but I do have some pretty good luxuries, that's for sure. Having fun with Slaanesh. Yo, if I could just play Slaanesh every day, I'd be down. But I do have to learn other factions, otherwise they will get banned. They will just get banned. And I have to be ready for Turin's Grand Finals, because those are the tournaments that pay out, you know? Yeah, yo, Balatro's hype. I'm still waiting for Slay the Spire 2, man. Slay the Spire 2 is going to be so good. What's your highest badge in Balatro? I beat the highest, like, difficulty tier with one of the decks. I'm trying to do the challenges right now. I've unlocked almost all the Jokers except for the super rare ones, the legendary ones. But yeah, we've been doing good. Been doing real good. At this point, it's more just completing everything and getting better at doing runs. I really like the randomized deck. The randomized deck is insane. It's so broken. Just 5 of a kind for days, man. For anyone who hasn't played Balatro that doesn't know what I'm talking about, your homework tonight is to download Balatro and to play the crap out of it. I don't have to tell you the second part, but you happen to watch Northern Lion? No, I've heard of him though, just barely. Isn't Slay the Spire 2 supposed to come out this year? This year, they locked it in. Hades 2 also coming out this year. I will probably play Slay the Spire 2 on stream. I think it is too fun not to play. And it's a pretty fun stream game. Suck on black badge. Maybe understanding comp sci helps. How many hours do you have in the game? Because I might have just RNG'd myself into beating the last one. I have 53.2 hours in Balatro. It's 1 week's worth of work. And some. It's a plasma deck. Is that what it's called? The one that gives you random cards? For those of you that actually don't know Balatro, it's like a deck building game. It's a deck building poker themed game where you need to get a lot of chips and you can like upgrade your deck and get jokers to like buff your hands that you play. And the goal is to just get enough points each round to progress to the next. And then there's like some fun other mechanics in there too. Would highly recommend. It's one of those games that I feel like anyone could enjoy. About 50 as well. All right, you're almost there, surely. Getting to scientific notation level of score is fun. I've never been able to, man. I've never been able to. I got the 100 million score. But yeah, I've never been able to get to scientific notation. I know it exists though, I saw while looking around. Yeah, you need to level up the hand that you're playing, right? And then get a bunch of multipliers for your jokers. Because if you level up the hand you're playing, that deals with your chip situation. Am I into roguelikes? Yeah, I like roguelikes. Play plasma deck and you'll get there? Alright. I'm on it. Is plasma deck the Slaanesh of Balatro? Nah, it's way too cheesy to say that. Alright, how are we doing in Warhammer though? I think so far, as long as I play my cards correctly, we should be pretty good. I'm still a little terrified of those Sacred Croxagore buffs, because they were almost viable before, and now it seems like they're really hard to deal with. But we have learned that Eternal Entourage is the deleter of monstrous things. In fact, they just kind of delete everything, it turns out. Oh, you just got spammed the 1.5 molt trigger mechanics? I'm sure you can probably get a lot done with glass cards too, right? Just glass card spam it. I know what I gotta do. I just don't know how to get there consistently. I feel like, or even mildly consistently. I feel like I'm always just high rolling for really good jokers. All right, how many more games need to be played? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is what happens when you queue Slaanesh into Nurgle. You caught waiting for everyone else to finish their game. Man, that was brutal. That was brutal. Nurgle does not deserve to be Slaaneshed. Absolutely not. Here's the thing though, no one else is playing Slaanesh in SFTs. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they suspect they will be banned in tournaments. I don't know. I gotta learn another good faction. I feel like I really should learn Khorne. I should do like some multi-day streams with Khorne action. Ooh, you're playing Disco Elysium right now? I still have to beat that. Disco Elysium is hype. Balatro while waiting. Tempting, but we'll stick with the Warhammer. I might do that with Slay the Spire though. Itching for that game to come out, man. You lost to attack speed and Jor's Bretonia. Ooh, I really wonder if Slaanesh can beat Bretonia. Hey, what's up, Mary Blight? What's up? How goes? We're here trying to win this tournament. Let's see. Attack speed enjoyer on Bretonia. I feel like with Pavane and Heartseekers and maybe using Hellstriders to tank or Furies to tank, you can probably outtrade most of the cavalry. After Darkest Dungeon 2, you have trust issues. Rightfully so, rightfully so. Always have trust issues. Biggest RNG thing you can do ever is to try and make a game, because there's so many games. Like, what is the success rate of games being developed to successful games? I'm pretty sure it's quite low. Yeah, I think versus Bretonia, we do run these guys. What I want to know is if Chaos Knights with Lances beat Bretonian Cavalry. How does that work? Do Knight Lances actually cook? Or do I run the Seekers? There's a lot of Bretonian Cavalry that's just brutal. Pavane can only do so much. Does Khorne win versus High Elves, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, Greenskins? I think they will probably beat Greenskins. They might beat High Elves. I think they do lose to Dark Elves. And versus Wood Elves, I think they would also lose. It's kind of a toss-up. The whole Khorne doesn't have any good cavalry is really bad for them. Bretonia knight buffs are huge. So you can just give all your knights the Blessing of the Lady now, and they will take no damage. Healing will be amplified by the Blessing of the Lady too. So all healing is better for their cavalry. Lewin plus Hippogriffs are brutal, I would imagine. Yeah, it's we'll see. Hippogriff? No, those are Demogriffs. Warhammer naming. Yeah, Demogriff Knights are the eagle-beaked chicken dudes. Hippogriffs are also eagle-beaked. But I think one of them has a lion and the other one is... One of them has a lion body. I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. Hippos are part hippos. There you go. Yes. Honestly, if hippogriffs were flying hippos, I think they would be more terrifying. Hippos are insane. Oh, maybe that's why they're called Hippogriff Knights, because the size. Yo, does Warhammer have hippos in lore? Are those a thing that exist in Warhammer? Because horses exist, right? A lot of the animals exist. Do have hippos ever been mentioned in Warhammer lore? Hippos have not prominent. I'm asking ChatGPT because why not? In 40k lore, I mean fantasy, man. Warhammer Fantasy. No direct mentions of hippopotamuses as native creatures or beasts. Not in any bestiaries. Rip. Hippo means horse? Really? French to English. Hippo. Converted to English, it says hippo. Maybe it's something else. Does hippo mean horse? No, according to AI overview. It translates to river horse. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, the river horse moniker. Interesting. Latin? Latin, I see. It's from Greek. Dang. Okay. Today I learned. Getting educated on stream. Educated. Oh, hippo equals horse. Potamus equals river. Ah. 4 legs equals horse. I see. They are also horses of the land, though. Hippo top speed 30 kilometers an hour. Whew. That's 19 miles per hour. They are safe in a school zone to drive on. But any faster and you might get pulled over. Do Warhammer Fantasy people have cats and dogs? I think they do, yeah. Pretty sure they do. They have to have been mentioned everywhere. There's wolves, man. There's wolves. There's domesticated wolves. Dogs are like a short hop away. Do they have domesticated dogs in Warhammer, though? I'm so tired, Ant. You don't want to hurt my opponent points? Aw, crap. You don't have to worry about that, man. You don't have to worry about that. It's fine. If I win the next match, I think we're good. Here, let me double check. Let me refresh. How close / far are we? We are... Oh, dang. There's actually a few people. Boss Toss, Pontim's Claw, Danican, Alexander Nuts, Scrambled Egg Special, and Charix are all above me. Wowza. Okay, so I gotta win this next match and hopefully get enough opponent points. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 people with 4 points. Charix and Scrambled Egg are gonna make it. So out of the 7, I need to get up above that. Dang, that's kind of rough. It's a little rough, ain't it? Most of us are gonna get 4 opponent points too. So I need like Alexander Nuts and Danican to get knocked down. Pontim's Claw and Boss Toss. Hey, we played 6 games today though, so if I don't make it, it's honestly fine. There might even be some dropouts too, because the tournament's going on for so long. I think for some people, they may want to sleep. You might not have enough opponent points. Don't feel obligated, all right? I'm fine ending the stream after playing 6 games going 5-1. I'm totally fine with that, all right? You don't have to worry. It is sufficient. Yo, so many signups today, though. Holy crap. There are a massive, massive number of signups. So after this, so 3 out of the 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 out of the 7 will win their matches. So as long as I'm not rock bottom out of them, I should be fine. Though it's going to be a close call. Hopefully there's a tiebreaker. No, poor cats. No. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just don't raise Altdorf, right? Just occupy Altdorf as Festus, right? You occupy it, and the cats will be safe. Oh, boy. Hopefully I don't match into Opal Bear, because if I beat him, then he can't win the next match. And then I don't get as many opponent points from him. Spooky indeed. It's kind of what happens when you lose round 1, though. It's just the nature of things. Shouldn't have memed too close to the sun. Should have just won. Just win. The age-old moniker. Any moment now. And we should be in the next round at least. Slowly but surely, people. Slowly but surely. Itching for a fight. Turin's typing. So next round is there. And we're up against Alexander Nuts. Perfect. If I win this, Alexander Nuts has a ton of opponent points. So that's one less scary competitor that I have to deal with to make it to the top 4. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So all we gotta do is win. And the top bracket is me. Putrefying Carcass. A Nurgle map. Blazing. There were a bunch of new maps released recently, by the way. And then Rapturous Expanse. So we played on Rapturous Expanse. I'll ban that one then. Honestly, the maps are kind of cool. I like them. Yeah, someone released 4 new maps, one for each Chaos God. Very nice. Round 6. The last round. Dude, so many signups, man. So many signups. There were silly witch jokes because early Warhammer was funny. True or not, I believe that. That totally sounds like a Warhammer thing. Taran was casting a Norska versus Zinch. Oh, casting my Norska versus Zinch map. Yes, it was very insane. Dude, it was bonkers. I can't believe we won that one. Really, like, oh man. Norska versus Zinch. Oh, I can't believe I decided to take that matchup too. I really thought the Marauder Horseman would do better, but yeah, just a couple blues ended up being a huge problem. So, let's see here. We're either on Carcass or Blazing Ramparts. Both maps look weird. Someone said this is a road on the map. If only you played on Itza. You would have played on the same map 3 times. Oh god. Yo, Itza's too good for that build though. I can't risk it. All right. So what's Alexander Nuts playing? He's playing, let's see, we're scrolling. Vampire Coast. Interesting. It's been a while since I played Slaanesh vs. Vampire Coast, huh? So they have the new deck droppers, right? They have whack loads of infantry, the classic. They have Crabos. Crabos could be a little annoying to deal with, actually. Yeah, very interesting. This is a matchup that, and this would be great for learning how to play against Coast too, by the way. Is this a matchup where Spawn of Slaanesh are good? One wonders if Spawn, they have to kill 4 zombie units to pay for themselves. Kind of sus, I'm not gonna lie. Chaos Knights OP. Actually, Chaos Knights are not the worst here, yeah. Though cannons can be a little annoying. Lord-wise, what am I doing? What am I even doing Lord-wise? Good luck, Karaf here. He's up against B6. You got this. You got this. Dang, Karaf here. What a god, man. He's actually sticking with it. Just so I can make it to semifinals. This guy. We don't even know if I'll make it. Don't even know if I'll win this game or lose it. Yet he fights on. I warned you. I said you didn't have to, but I appreciate it. Money spending. What am I getting here? Oh, he could go. What if he goes for the Grave Guard shenanigans? Or not the Grave Guard, the Depth Guard. What if he Depth Guards us? Do we die? Oh yeah, there's Morin goals, right? I do have to be slightly wary of Morin goals. Do Spawn beat Morin goals too? What an interesting thing to think about. I don't know if they beat Morin goals. I think they might. It's close. He wants to play Blazing Ramparts. Ah, hell yeah. So, Vampire Ghosts. The faction with absurd amounts of shooting and pew pew. You gotta make sure you don't die to the Moringles. You gotta make sure you don't die to flying units. He could go full air dominance here and potentially cause me a lot of issues. But I believe I have everything I could possibly want in this build. Bombers could be a thing. He could spam bomber mobs. What will happen first? Yo, I feel like the DLC has to be over the horizon now, right? It has to be. It's gotta be close. Just rampage the bats. 350 rampage is not the greatest though. I don't really want to rampage like a unit of Empire Spearmen. B6 dropped out. Does that count as a win, Karavthir? Does it count as a win? Holy crap. Wait, Karavthir. I played against B6. So literally, whoever won, I would have gotten my point anyways. Ah, crap. I'm so sorry, Karavthir. Should have realized that earlier. Whoops-a-daisies. Well, such is life, you know. Enjoy your freedom, though. Have some good rest. I know it's late. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, crap. Okay. So Daniken's probably going to make it. Oh, crap. Okay, if I beat Alexander Nuts, I should be fine, though. Although Pontim's Claw is looking pretty high in the opponent points. Very sus. Hey, I might be free too, though. Last game of the day. If we win this, we deny Alexander Nuts' progression into the into the semifinals, I guess. It's kind of crazy though. You really do have to win 6 games. So he has a Mantide build. There is Aquatics. There's Aquatics. And he's playing Coast. Oh my god. We're dead. It's over. I can't beat Vampire Coast Aquatics. Oh, look at that center line. Pretty good luck, have fun. Crap. Oh my gosh. We lost. Karavthir improving Cathay's win rate. Sick plays. So map has pretty wide flanks. That's a real small fortress. Okay, this is a cartoonish amount of blood, man. What, are they pumping it out of the cliffside? This place ain't big enough for the amount of blood that's coming through. Where does this pipe go? The pipe goes up. It doesn't even go down. It's like it's just being generated from this. All right. It didn't change much. Hey, it still went up. You can be proud of that. Okay, so walking distance is huge for this map. That's gonna help us out. Most of my units are Vanguard, and we do have those Chaos Knight Lances. Don't say Taco Bell after party. That's disgusting. Oh, geez. Magic? But he hates magic. Just like those flaming swords. The fact that he's made out of magic. Bomber Mob Central. Let's go. All right. So this is definitely a Chaos Knight summoning situation, ain't it? This map is bloody massive. Loot the Harkin. Can swaggle me. Horn swaggling. So, because of his rather severe lack of guns, we can get some Chaos Knights. I just gotta shut down the handgunners, realistically. Luther is a bit of a problem, though, but there's definitely a lot of infantry here that we can bully. Or we just go Eternal Entourage, which is actually not the worst idea ever. You, little lady, can just go over there and bully him up.
We have a victory.
And then we're going to pull back. And then, yeah, we just gotta shut down them guns, right? Eternal Entourage are gonna be sick. The perfect vigor means that they'll be able to keep on fighting for quite some time, realistically.
We have a victory.
There you go. Point is captured. Is he trying to draw me in to hit me up with the bloated corpses? He might actually be. That's crazy. Crazy thought. Ah, crap. Kind of went in a little bit too foolhardy-like. That's gonna hurt me real bad. I should be able to pile driver into these Forsaken at least. I mean the bombers. Nope. Looks like they're gonna keep alive. Luther Harkin though, just going for it. Not a lick of fear, this Luther Harkin. But yeah, the big question now though is what are you going to do against such reckless hate? Okay, apparently almost kill my lord. That was actually rather painful, I'm not gonna lie. Forsaken are in. Yeah, they're actually gonna have to back up. Nakari's kind of getting cooked here. Can't really afford to let that continue, can I? Let's get some Furies in here, and Nakari just has to back it up now. Breath attack coming on in. Okay, we got some zombies crumbling. That's definitely a plus. I gotta finish the job though. Unfortunately, they are getting a lot of work done on me. Forsaken are here. Come on, just crumble away. I need this crumble real bad. Oh crap, Luther's on my butt. Luther's on my butt. Oh god. Alright, it's fine. I'll just resummon Nakari. It's good. It's all good. Not a worry in the world, baby. Not a single worry in the world. Just a dead Nakari. Who cares, man? I can win this without Nakari. Let's see here. Holy crap, he rallied. No, he died. Oh, the humanity. Alright, it's fine. I'll just we'll just resummon Nakari. It's goodies. Most of these guys are crumbling anyways. Those are depth guard pole arms. Insane. Alright. It's fine. It's what's life without a little bit of lord throw, right? Look, I got Eternal Entourage still alive. Alright, they will clap some cheeks this day. There you go. We just rampage these guys to get them killed as fast as possible. Yeah, we'll have Nakari back at lickety split, man. Nakari's so cheap. Oh, dang, that did some damage. Get a little bit of a charge in there real quick. Eternal Entourage, still doing very good. We did get most of his guys to crumble too. That's definitely a plus. And yeah, the Depth Guard have taken quite a bit of damage, though they do live. I can kill him with the Entourage though. They'll be great. And most of his money is in Luther Harkin. That's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, he may have a couple zombies over here, but you know, who's counting? Okay, you know what? Let's just play keep away from that summon. Eternal Entourage, they're good. They ain't that good. Handgunner's gonna die there, though. I almost got the Nakari resummon. We're fine. We're fine. Eternal Entourage are sick. They're gonna do great things. They're gonna do amazing things. And once Nakari's back, like, what even is the worry? He just has Luther. Just little old Luther. Oh, geez, those Forsaken got mulched. Okay. That's kind of rough, actually. Okay, here we go. The Nakari resummon is kind of insane. Am I really gonna go for a Nakari resummon? That seems bonkers to me. But I think we might as well. There's a lot of time left in this battle. So why not? Why not? Sure. There we go. Full 3,000 gold resummon of Nakari. What's the worst that can happen? So you there gotta play it safe. Eternal Entourage. Gonna get that sweet, sweet rear charge over there. Very nice. Nakari's coming back. And that's a pretty devastating charge versus those bomber mobs. And a couple more handguns are dying too. Plus, I should be able to maybe just rampage Luther and get him killed here. It's gonna be sus, but it's just what we need. All right, here we go. There we go. And then we net them down. Then we net them down. Get the Furies in. You want a Lord Snipe? I'll give you Lord Snipe. One handgunner unit is not going to kill Nakari, I think. That summon, though, is still definitely of the more spooky variety, but Luther is definitely dying. Then we're going to rampage his face. Okay, now I gotta pull back from Nakari, actually. He's got too many guns. He has too many guns. Run. It was good damage while it lasted, but I'm dipping. That summon's kind of spooky, actually. And he has his boys over here about to hit the grindstone. We'll see how it pans out, though. He just summoned a bunch of guns. If I can actually just capture this point. So what, double Hellstrider should do pretty well. Yeah, this map is just too big for him, right? It's just too big. So there we go. Gonna run away from those pistol mobs real quick. Snipe that caster while we're here, and probably just retake the center area. Should be good. Lots of damage on the Fleet Admiral. A little bit of a debuff on the Nakari. But there we go. Lots and lots of damage. And the cavalry are absolutely cooking. Gets a little bit of a summon. Gets a little bit of a last minute summon. But it shall not be enough. Nakari does indeed get that caster killed. Which is exactly what we needed. Gotta make sure he doesn't capture this point, though. So this game comes down to point captures. It's a little awkward, yeah. Good heal on Nakari, though. Let's pull these guys back. Furies are hurting Luther pretty bad, too. He will be arriving here shortly, but as long as we keep a couple of these points captured, I think we don't have to worry too much. So let's start sweeping in with our cavalry side flank. And then we'll just use our Furies to our advantage here, right? This should be a pretty good flanking. He will retake the center, but then I think he'll be out of position for everything else. Value trading is coming back too. Thank goodness. Thank absolute goodness. All right, there we go. Hell yeah. And I have more army abilities now. So as soon as we get Luther to rampage to his death again, then I think we're good. All right. There's the rampage. There's the rampage. I actually need to resummon the Eternal Entourage here. Okay, there we go. Get the charge. Counter-charge them. There's the debuff. There's the nets.
Very well.
There we go. Come on, Akari, just beat him up.
An irresistible sensation.
Just beat him up.
Eat your souls.
We go my Hellstriders down to some depth guard. Kind of embarrassing. Come on, Akari. Just beat him up. Just kill him. Lots of deeps. Lots of deeps. He has triple cap me, but I have time here. There you go. Pretty good. Slowly but surely. Slowly but absolutely surely. Come on. Come on, Nakari. You got this. Just kill him. Oh, God. He's going to live. No, he might die. Nakari's getting shot up by pistols, though, while this is happening. But I think we did finally manage to kill Luther Harkin. So now it just has to be... Yeah, we just have to not lose Nakari now, right? But with Luther dead, Nakari should heal. Come on, Nakari, just heal, man. Come on, Nakari, just heal. Just kill him. Just kill the man. Oh, there we go. There's a heal. There's the heal. Nakari heals. No. Crap, Nakari shattered. Oh, that's awkward. All right. Well, we've both lost our lord now. Hell yeah. I'm sorry, Karav, dear. You fought for nothing. Dude, I memed way too close to the sun this game. We'll see, though. A lot of these guys are crumbling. I really just wanted to kill Luther, man. All right. So all his units are here, and I have Forsaken on this point. God dang, though. Holy moly. Jeebus indeed. Yeah, I definitely did not play that properly. That was some very, very improper play from my end. That was some very improper play. I goofed. I goobered it so hard, man. Oh, jeez. Now he has freaking Moringles over here on my Forsaken. Dude, I threw so hard. I thought Luther was gonna die. He refused to die. Caraptier, he fought for me and I failed him. A foolish loss. A foolish loss. Yeah, I didn't respect the pistols at all. I just ate pistol fire for the whole game. Yeah, Chaos Knight would have been cool. He did have a lot of armor-piercing halberds and such, though. Honestly, even if Nakari was alive, that for a Moringol unit probably ends me here. But hey, I'm free. I don't have to stay up super late either, I guess. Ugh, God, that's such a dumb loss, though. I lost Nakari twice. What am I doing? It's punishment. You gotta play Cathay tomorrow? Alright, fine. I'll play Cathay tomorrow. I'll play Cathay tomorrow. Fine, fine. You got me there. Alright. GG, well played. You've earned it. You've earned it, Caraftier. Brutality. Yeah, just don't lose Nakari twice and then you're fine. What Alexander says, do you want to take the win? Did you have to drop? I feel like it's a little unfair if I take the win, though. I feel like it's unfair. I feel like it might be unfair to the others playing, though. I'll pass. Yeah, he can take that win. He earned it. At the very least, I didn't earn semifinals this day. I lost the first game to Lizardmen because I threw my lord, and I lost my last game to Vampire Coast because I threw my lord. Fun tournament, though. Very fun tournament. Don't lord throw is the solution, and spawn are pretty bad, right? I could have had like 3 Hellstriders instead of the spawn, and I think that's just way better. Because unless they're like, I don't know, all these units that they buffed are still really bad. You don't benefit from the mobility or anything. The biggest thing is maybe the Chaos Knight Lances. Yeah, yo, you matching it to my Slaanesh was hilarious. My weakness! I'm too weak! Oh, man. Yeah, those pistols. So I did not have to play so far into his backfield. That was kind of silly. Yeah, and then we just spam out more Hellstriders. Honestly, I lost 6,000 value. Holy moly. Yeah, but like, yeah, the thing is, so I could have taken them instead of the Eternal Entourage. I think the Eternal Entourage did better, though. The Perfect Vigor meant that they could just keep on charging endlessly. Though they did die to the pistol mobs, so maybe in a grind, since it was undead, the Chaos Knights would have done better. But, okay, we all know what the big misplay was. Anyways, I'm out for today. We done, though. Tomorrow, we play Cathay for Karavdir. We're gonna play Cathay for him. Alright, he's stuck around. We had some great matches. We're gonna try hard them, and hopefully we can pull out some wins. Peace out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at the usual hours. Bye-bye. Wrong thing. There we go. Oh yeah, this Crafter's art too, by the way. It's pretty sick, right?